Not that fat. I don't know what that fat is.
Now you just put me in a no-win situation.
What's your answer? Am I too fat? Am I the right amount of fat?
I think you're the right amount of fat. I think you're the perfect amount for a mukbanging experience.
Yeah. 216.
I want to see a guy like you be a mukbanger. Perfect amount. I look at the screen on there and I'm like, this fits.
It's the Afternoon Drive with Nick Wilson and Jonathan Peterlin on Cleveland's Sports Radio, 92.3 The Fan.
The show is back. Nick Wilson, Jonathan Peterlin. We are Afternoon Drive. And today we go cupping with the Cavaliers. We've got Ohio State v. Rutgers. Don't screw it up. And Shador Sanders' very first start in the NFL and absolutely loaded. 5 hours on a football Friday, on an F-off Friday, and that opened courtesy of Mac Robinson on the board. Yes! We've got Jake Murrin, manhandling the 92.3 The Fan YouTube channel. Make sure to hit the like, make sure to ring that bell, make sure to subscribe to 92.3 The Fan's YouTube channel, and hit us up in the chat as well. Jake also doing the producing. We've got Katie Pollock on the 2020s. Hi, JP.
Hello. How's it going today?
It's going well. Yeah, we're here.
Yeah,
we're here.
That's what it is.
Let's see where we go from there.
That's what it is. And it feels like a good day to be talking about Shador, good day to be discussing the Browns. Now, where are you at with this? Because I still have 8 more hours. You have 5 more hours of Shador talk before the game. There's a lot of excitement for the game, obviously.
Sure is.
But at this point, because we've done so much Shador conversation, where are you at?
I think I'm just this side of flip-flopping, right? Like if on Tuesday and Wednesday, if I just came out and said, "Oh, Jay Willikers, Shador's going to be bad. Oh, he's not going to be good." I think today makes a hell of a lot of sense if I just say 455 yards, 7 touchdowns, 0 interceptions, and a DX crotch chop at center field at the old Darth Vader Dome in Las Vegas.
Like, is that how we keep it interesting for ourselves?
Yep.
Is that what we do? We just go, whatever we said Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday doesn't matter at all?
Doesn't matter.
Now we got a new storyline.
New information.
Because there's so much new information out there.
Yeah, he's practiced 3 times.
They played so many games in the time that we've talked about this on Monday and Tuesday and Wednesday.
He's practiced 3 times.
They played so much. They practiced so much. We've gotten so much new input. You watched him wear an orange jersey.
Now, I have not seen the
Twitter.
practice.
You did? No, but we watched him put on.
It.
That was an orange jersey that he wore.
And in my dreams, the practices looked really good.
So
really good.
So that's good. That's good that we could have such a change of opinion based off of just a couple days.
Yeah,
nice to know you stand for something.
Well, listen, some shows do revisionist history, but not us.
Well,
Never.
it's incredible.
As the only real show left in town, let me tell you, buddy boy.
If this is how you keep the conversation flowing, this is how you keep the conversation flowing.
Listen, let's all admit it. It's okay to be excited. You can hate Shador Sanders. You can be excited about the opportunity to see him on Sunday because the greatest drug in the history of the NFL is the unknown. It's why the backup quarterback in Cleveland always has a higher Q rating than the actual starting quarterback does, because it's like, well, this guy over here, I've watched him stink it up for 6 damn starts. This other guy, I've only seen a little bit. I can make excuses for it. So I think it's okay. If you're a Shahader and you want to be excited for Sunday, as to Switzerland, and you can back me up, you can negate it, I'm going to give you that opportunity to be excited.
Yeah, I don't know that you get to be the person that gives that allowance there.
No, because I'm unbiased.
Yeah,
right?
I don't know,
As to Switzerland, you always want Switzerland to be the judge.
We should at some point unpack how yesterday in the show, or was it even 2 days ago in the show, now they're all running together.
It never happened.
We had a whole segment on
today's show is the only one that matters.
We had a whole segment on the rundown where you were going to make a decision to then obviously not make a decision on whether or not you were a supporter or whether you were. What happened?
It's your fault.
What happened? You were going to announce you were a supporter. Clearly, you were headed that way.
I think that's how you took it. It doesn't mean that's how it was going to go.
You did the whole lead up to just do nothing.
No.
To not even pick a side.
Once we talked about it,
to ride the offense as longer as you possibly can.
I thought it was chicken bleep if all of a sudden at the 11th hour I became supporter. I did.
No. These are the bad times based off of last Sunday's game. We're allowing more people to come in. We didn't think more people would be knocking down on the door to want to come in, but we're allowing as many people that want to come in to come in. Now, the people we have an issue with is not people like yourself. Mm-hmm. The people we have an issue with is the people that are trying to, basically just say as if Shador is great and awesome, well, then this is just, hey, how about this? This is great, while completely ignoring what they did for 9 months. I think that's the people that we're kind of upset with at the moment.
We do want to hear your Shador stat line predictions. We're not going to do quick predicts. That's another show. But 216-474-0092 at Nick Wilson says, at J. Peterlin on social media reactions on X, powered by Scheiben Jewelers, Cleveland's premier jewelry store. I would like to hear your predictions for Shador's stat line. We got a few on the 92.3 The Fan YouTube channel. Raul Havana, I think that's how you say it. I think Shador will have more sack yards than passing yards. Book it. It's kind of got a Larry the Cable Guy vibe there, going with the book it there.
Book it?
Let's see. Motivated, dedicated, 98. That rhymes, saying, get ready for 8 for 32. And then PJ, our guy PJ, saying he had 16 yards against the Ravens.
Okay. He's just saying things. Okay.
Yeah. Well, we got many people saying things. We got Devrion saying Browns victory Monday. Locking it in.
He wants to do the Ken Garman. Ken has put himself in a lose-lose. I don't think he realizes or not.
I think he might think it's a win-win.
I think he thinks it's a win-win. This is a lose-lose. If Shador is awesome, then we're just going to remember what you said from Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, when you said this was going to go horribly and this wasn't going to go well and everything associated with it. Meanwhile, if it's the reverse and Shador stinks, then we're just going to remember today as you try to turn 6-10 into a pep rally.
Yeah, I think there's... I'm going to continue to go on this because...
So I'll see it. I don't know about you guys.
Our take on... Well, I think the real key is, will Lima hold him accountable for both takes?
He's got the winning hand in either side if he wants to take it. He just has to decide.
We'll never know.
The game hasn't even played out yet, and I can tell Lima he's got the winning hand.
They like to keep score with everybody else.
Make up for the fact that when you're named Gas Bag of the Week on the Dan Le Batard Show, a show you love, Anthony Lima. How did they introduce you to that show? How did they introduce you? Anthony Lima? They called you Anthony Lima? Ooh. Don't let Ken be the hero of this story. Hey, you do a lot of good work over there, Anthony Lima. You go ahead and get yours.
So that being said,
I would be very upset if the show I loved for a decade plus, I finally made it onto the show that I loved and I've loved for a long time. He's been between like Bill Simmons and Dan Le Batard. I know he loves those shows, and then for them to be like, who's the co-host here with Ken Garman? Oh, Anthony Lima. I would lose it.
Now, that being said, wasn't he already on the Le Batard show for the Give It To Me Again?
Did they do it right then? Did they do it right? I don't know. Was he on there for that? I'm not sure.
I vaguely
all I know is this time around they called him Anthony Lima, and that's unfortunate. Here's what this feels like to me. Not to get too deep into like local politics or anything like that, but I told you before about that issue we had in Solon with the winery that they just voted on, and it was a big deal. Big deal in Solon, right? Like, do you vote for the winery? Do you not vote for the winery? I wanted the winery because who wouldn't want a winery?
You look like a winery guy.
But there were enough people that were like, no, this thing stinks. I want nothing to do with this winery. No, thank you. It'd be like if those people, the day this winery opens up because it got passed, are the first people in line to then be sipping their wines and having a good time at this winery. Like, no. I'm going to need you to sit this one out for just a little bit. If this goes well, I'm going to need you to sit this out just a little bit. You don't get to be in the introductory line and have all the good fun and do all that stuff right away. If this goes well, I'm going to need the people that were hating on Shador to just kind of sit, relax for a second or two, and then let everyone else have a good time.
I say live and let live. I say hop on board the Shador train.
It's like that winery. I'm going to be like, you don't get your Pinot Grigio quite yet. You don't get the Pinot Noir yet. You wait a little bit.
Which Pinot do they get?
Wait just a little bit. Depends. Do they want a white? Do they want a red, Nick? I don't know.
That's always a big tale. Like, you never just, which are you? It's the tannins. The tannins.
Oddly enough, I'm really not much of a wine guy.
I feel like you can grow into that.
No, it's just really not for me. You know what I don't like? I don't like being wine drunk. You know how you get drunk with certain alcohols and they do different things for you?
I'm pretty aware.
I've never enjoyed a wine drunk. Never enjoyed a wine drunk.
Yeah? What, how would you say is like the defining feature of a wine drunk versus any other drunk?
It just makes my head hurt, man. But like, I think it started when in college, I had a buddy of mine, his dad actually owned a winery, right? And we went to his house and we ended up being a house that we went to a decent amount. His dad had a bunch of wine that we could basically just have. It was like unlimited alcohol in college is the point here, right?
Great parenting.
And, it was what it was. And so we started playing like beer pong with all the Pinot Grigio that he had down there.
Yeah.
And so like every night for like at least a month straight, we played beer pong with Pinot Grigio, and I just can't even look at white wines anymore.
Now, did you learn your lesson from playing with a Pinot?
Just a bad wine. A bad wine.
Did you learn your lesson from playing with a Pinot?
I think so. All
right.
I think so. You're not even funny for trying.
I don't know. Matt giggled.
Yeah, no, you giggled.
You're just mad I made a Pinot pun.
Have I just met you for the first time?
All right, some predictions
given
in here.
Is something wrong with Nick if he's not making the Pinot pun?
Motivated, dedicated, 1 touchdown, 3 interceptions, 4 sacks. Casper the Friendly Ghost. Over 300-plus yards, total yards. And then saying, let's go 12. Dex Tossi? 18 of 32, 225 yards.
Is this just Nick Reed's YouTube content? That's all day. What is this?
This is how we get into a good mukbang, right?
Is this the new show?
Yeah.
The new show is just, hey, you comment on the YouTube chat and we got you. It's like 7 YouTube chat comments already.
This is a great pepperoni pizza. Also, yes, I do have 3 chins. Raul Havana, 54-48.
Da-da-da-da-da.
Now you made me lost my place there.
The Havana song.
However, what's truly on the line for Shador on Sunday?
I think this might be the biggest game Shador's ever played, hands down. I don't even know that it's close.
He did play at Colorado.
But this is it. This is the biggest game he's ever played in, and this is as much as I think he's going to do well, and then this will continue on, and we'll have a chance to see Shador finish out the season and everything that accompanies that. If Shador doesn't look good in this game, you can make an argument this is the only chance he'll have in the NFL to showcase what he can do. If this looks bad and this goes sideways, Dylan Gabriel starts in the 49ers game. No guarantee Shador gets a chance the rest of the season. And then I don't know what happens to Shador next season, especially if you have a new head coach in there where a new head coach could just be like, I don't want the distraction. I don't want the whatever comes with Shador. And maybe they just send him off to football hell where he just gets to hang out for years on end. Like, this is a pivotal game in the Shador Sanders experience.
Also, Paige A on the 92.3 The Fan YouTube channel saying, chill out, JP, give us some love. See, now you hurt the 92.3 The Fan YouTube channel's feelings. This is where you get all in your need.
Well, I'll live if that's the case.
To make wine and...
I'll be fine.
Your Pinot love. 216-474-0092. Quick hits coming up at 2:40. Brian Baldinger, Odyssey NFL Insider. See if he loves Pinot at 3 o'clock today. Ted Nguyen, senior writer for The Athletic in the Just Win podcast. I'll try not to butcher the name when he's on with us at 4 o'clock today. Daryl Ryder coming up at 6 o'clock today. It is a football Friday. It is an F-off Friday, in case you haven't detected as of yet. But 216-474-0092. What's truly on the line for Shador on Sunday? JP says the whole shebang is on the line. Do you agree? And we will get to the odds that Shador is last in line, finally, the thing that we've all been waiting for with the Browns, in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
Butler Knight, Jared Allen, and Darius Garland are both listed as game-time decisions to play. Want to catch highlights from The Fan from earlier today? Get over to 923thefan.com or favorite The Fan on the Odyssey app for all of today's headline segments. Headline sports news every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Katie Pollack.
Whenever you need to talk about the Browns, we got you covered. We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
This game against the Raiders is his only chance. If Shador Sanders balls and this team wins, Shador Sanders is named the starter for next week. I don't care if Dylan Gabriel is healthy. I don't care if Dylan Gabriel looks like he could come back. If Shador plays well against the Raiders and wins, he should be the starter. Inversely, if he doesn't, that's on him. Nobody is going to come up there and say Kevin Stefanski didn't prepare him. Nobody's going to come up there and talk about what he has around him. The Raiders are terrible. This is not about beating the Raiders. This is a career-defining moment as early as you can possibly have one, and he better approach it like that.
But, well, at least we're not putting the stakes too high for Shador Sanders on Sunday. That was Ryan Clark, who we do love on this show. He's always great. He was on First Take with that kind of line of thinking, and I understand if you believe in Shador Sanders, you go, well, if it can be one and done for Shador, that means if he goes out there and has the best performance that any rookie quarterback for the Browns has had this year, the opposite should be true. You get the starting job. I still think that when it comes to where he is in his development from the Browns' perspective, I think a win earns you another start. I think a loss probably falls where you think, which is where it's like, maybe we'll see Shador in 2026.
I mean, the idea that Dylan was already out on the practice field today, I mean, so there goes the mystery attached to whether or not Dylan's going to be ready by next week, I would imagine.
Yeah.
I would think that pretty much is the dead giveaway. That's Stefanski's way of saying, almost like spelling it out for people. This is a one-game tryout. You really have to impress if you want to see it be another game.
And the funny thing is, and I think you and I have both said this in different ways, even Shador's not really going to get the credit that he deserves on Monday if the Browns win, because everybody, like Albert came on Tuesday, and it's apparent. Albert's just done with the noise around Shador. And people think that means he's got something against Shador. I understand why that is. I tend to think Albert just is annoyed by the amount that he gets asked about Shador, but I understand. But Albert's not going to come out and be like, that kid was night and day. That kid's the future of the franchise. He might say nice things about Shador. I bet you he finds a way, and a lot of people who are in the Stefanski business but not the Shador business, a lot of people are going to put that credit towards Stefanski for getting the kid ready to play rather than, oh, hey, that Shador kid really surprised the hell out of us on Sunday.
Oh, yeah, no, they're going to be like, I can't believe it. He got him. Especially if Shador has the type of game where he's not turning around and running backwards or anything like that. It's like, wait. They cleaned up all these mistakes in a week. Mistakes, no. Hey, people said he couldn't do this in a week, and he got it done in a week. And I'm already getting agitated even just thinking about this, because you're right, it's going to go that direction. But that's fine if that's what we have to do to keep this train going and keep this thing being not only interesting from a Browns fan perspective, but also watching him develop and having him have the opportunities. If that's the cross we have to bear, that's the cross we have to bear.
Can I prepare you for one more thing? Because you are my friend. You are my closest friend in the lineup here. And I don't want you to be just overcome with rage on Monday.
It might happen. I mean, I like the prep, though. I like to think about these things ahead of time.
I will tell you, I think there's a chance Shador has a nice game on Sunday. The Browns win, and they still go back to Dylan.
And that will enrage me.
Yeah.
That will enrage me.
I think we
scared me about today with the practice thing.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I think that's partial tipping of the hand. The fact that Stefanski has been non-committal. What if Shador plays well? What does that mean for him? And he says, I'm not really thinking about that right now. I think guys who are really enamored with Stefanski outside of Cleveland, they're going to need to see an overwhelming amount of evidence, indisputable evidence that Shador is him, as it were. They're going to need to see that on Sunday to change their position or even move just a couple inches on it. By the way, if I feel that way about the guys who know Stefanski, talk to Stefanski, who believe in Stefanski, I kind of think we should just remember how Stefanski treated Dylan in this process, which has given him every opportunity to speed up that development, to be where he needed to be. And the way that he treated Shador is more of a long play. I think.
Yeah.
I don't think we should allow. Again, I don't think we should assume one great game and Shador's in for the rest of the time. I just don't think it works that way, and I think we kind of have to prepare ourselves for that.
And I don't want to put the cart before the horse here, though. I really do. I need to see this thing play out because I'm already getting tweets in here, and people are like, well, what if it goes horribly? And it's like, we just have to play out every scenario today? Is that how this is going to work? I don't know. Our eyes will tell us more on Sunday and how it goes. And yeah, are there going to be people that on Monday, if it doesn't go well, instead of just saying, I was wrong? Because really, it's a game and a half. You really want people to be like, I was wrong on somebody after a game and a half? Like, that just feels too premature. It's why this last Monday, after a really bad half of football, I came in, admitted it was a bad half of football, but I couldn't really do much else. It's just that, a half of a game of football. And I think the people that are already trying to dunk on Shador after that is they've shown themselves as being overreactionary and not in a way that I find appeasing.
Yeah, it's interesting. Like, I didn't believe in Dillon Gabriel, right? Still don't. Like, the idea that Shador could play well on Sunday and not be the starter in the very next game after that against San Francisco is as infuriating to me as it is to you, even though I'm Switzerland and you're a supporter. At the same point, I wasn't rooting against Dillon Gabriel when I watched him play. And I think what's interesting is I think there are still a lot of self-proclaimed Browns fans who are rooting against Shador on Sunday, and that I don't get. I wish to heavens I was wrong on Dillon Gabriel and that he was actually a legit 6 foot and that he actually could do things physically. Because, guys, I don't want to watch another second of crappy quarterback play. I've done it. I've seen it all. All right, I'm the oldest man in the world that's lived to see everything, and now it's time to see Jesus. All right, I need that light. I want the light at the end of the tunnel.
Yeah.
Right. So I don't understand the segment of fans out there who just don't want this to be the thing, or who honestly at this point, and it's not just fans. It's guys in the media who would rather be right about Shador being bad or being this, that, or the other, rather than just being like, well, I got that run wrong, and that kid's really good, and now I guess we have a starting quarterback for the next X amount of years.
They miss the point of this often then. We're like Evel Knievel. We get paid for the attempt. That's the reality of it. You don't have to be proven right or wrong. Why don't you just root for the team to be interesting and fun and have a good Sunday?
Yeah, I'm so glad you said that, because the second I saw Dillon was back at practice today, I was like, oh, okay, sure. Because that's where we are now.
We know where it's going.
Well, I mean, I think that gets back to the idea.
But that's why this Sunday's important. That's why I think you get one shot. If you're Shador, you can't blow this.
Yeah, and not just that, but like you get one shot, which might beget another shot. And so, like Jake Murrin, our intrepid producer, and 92.3 the fan. YouTube mod, that's what the word I was looking for. I got the words out eventually, but he had said he came up with a great topic, which is like, what are the odds that Shador is the last quarterback that starts this season for the Cleveland Browns? Mm-hmm. And I would put it at like 3%, because it's the second half of the season. I'm putting that first part, I'm putting it on because Browns math, right? I can't recall the last time we had a guy be the third starter, and it's by going into Week 12.
I mean, it'd be Joe Flacco, because he was the fifth starter, and then he started the final 6 games.
But other than that,
though.
Other than that one, I cannot recall. No, I mean, so there's the general Browns math of it, and I think the next week or two is about trying to convert Kevin Stefanski to the supporter.
You have to pull off what Joe Flacco pulled off, though. That is the point. We go to that reference for a reason. Like, you have to pull off what Joe did, where even though he was the 5th quarterback and you had 6 games remaining, you instantly knew that he gave the offense a breath of fresh air and he gave an offense a jolt, and it was undeniable. Okay, even he had the second game back in that whole stretch. There was moments in that the Rams game, for instance, there was an awful interception that Joe had. The way that he does, and it was no one was like, oh, well, now we have to send him to the pine and bring on quarterback number 6. No, it was like, this guy gave you a jolt you hadn't seen before. So like, if Shador gives you that, that's how I think they end up riding this thing all the way out. But yeah, it'll take that, and it's a great game to at least be starting this way.
I think
this is the game to do it.
That's what makes it so fascinating. This is a good matchup, not just because of the Raiders being booty cheeks, but the kind of defense they play is the kind of defense that Shador has had success on in the Carolina game. So there's some through line there. This is not a team that even when they have blitzed has been a very good at blitzing. So, like, I think that's a really bad team, and you have a chance. I think your defense is absolutely going to give you a chance against just a dog butt offense in and of its very self in the Las Vegas Raiders. But then you go to, all right, the Browns math. All right, how many times does a guy come in halfway through the season and stabilize the ship? It's Joe Flacco, right? Once you get to this point, 99% of the years for the Browns. Now, this is just the next sacrificial lamb we're about to throw on the volcano to stop it from blowing up, right? Okay, so then you've got that. Then you've got the fact that the Browns are historically bad when rookies start.
Yeah, they're 0-17 is the number since 1999. So it's really awful. But you want to be quote-unquote legendary, then you have to do legendary things.
Like, well, but I think that's the point.
You want to be special, show us special. One thing people loved about Baker, Nick, right out of the gate, not just the Thursday night game against the Jets, but like instantly you started watching all of these records kind of fall away, and all these old numbers we had that was built up just drop to the wayside because you had to. If you're going to be that guy, you had to start doing some of that.
Yeah, and I think like that again gets back to the idea of unless he's otherworldly good or otherworldly bad, like the people that don't like Shador are going to say, well, he's playing against the Raiders. And the people that do love Shador rightfully are going to say, what about 0-17 with rookie quarterback since 1999?
Which, by the way, that I feel like it should come with some little asterisk, only because the Baker game was a loss. By the way, his first start was against the Raiders, too, oddly enough. But you remember that game. That was the Nick Chubb game. But that was a 45-42 game. Oh, that was an overtime game. So, like, Baker Mayfield and that offense put up 42 points in that loss, okay? If Shador does something like that, no one's complaining about it, even if it ends up being a loss.
By the way, did Texas Truth saying the Browns' previous quarterback play has got you discombobulated. It's a new day. You got to let it go. No, a quarterback has to has to help us let it go.
Unfortunately, that is that's the conversation of someone that, and maybe I'm wrong, Texas fan, whatever your name was on YouTube.
The Texas Truth,
but like,
do you want to get Daryl in here to pronounce that one?
It's really something you had to live for a long time to understand and really get there. It took me a few years to understand. Like, there's just things that happen to the Browns and only the Browns, and there is a Browns math to it all that doesn't exist for other NFL teams that exist here.
So, given that he's a 5th round pick, given Browns math, given Browns rookie math, I put it like a 3% chance right now today that Shador's the last quarterback to start a game for the Browns this season. What's your percentage?
I'm like 25%.
Oh, that's not bad.
I'm much higher, mainly because I think if he balls out, I think if he looks really good, and that's the expectation that I have to have right now. I think if he looks really good, I think he gets a chance for the 49ers. 49ers game is going to be pivotal, but I have just it's too much faith in somebody that's shown me no reason to have faith in them. With Stefanski and this coaching staff, but I just don't know how you ever go back and move off of him if he looks good. I think if the offense shows a pulse, I just don't know how you move off of that.
I think my expectation is that it's going to be interesting. I don't think it's going to be all good interesting. I think there's going to be some bad interesting, but my hope is that there's enough good interesting to win this game. Like, that's, to me, like, I know we're going to get into stat lines, and I do think 89%, and I'm going to go 99% of the outcomes for Shador's stat line, I think 99% of them having us arguing on Monday, how good was he really, or how bad was he really, right? There's like 1% of games that he's just so good or so bad, it's undeniable, and you just can't argue. So I think I can already tell that there's a huge Donnybrook coming amongst the Browns masses on Sunday, no matter what Shador does. But, like, this is a winnable game, and is he going to be good? Is he going to be bad? I don't know how anyone can say. I just am excited. I'm excited to see something interesting because I already know the Browns when they're bad and not interesting on offense. I'd like to know the Browns when they're, even if they're bad but interesting on offense. At this point, I'll take that because it has just been the wrong mix of completely unwatchable and completely bad.
Well, and it's not as if this just started this year either. I mean, we're going back as a 3-win season last year, and really after the Deshaun injury, I would call it after the Jameis Winston win, the Pittsburgh win, I guess, the Snow Globe game. What have you had to really be like, this is fun? I mean, this is a good time.
Even go to the pre-Joe Flacco times in 2023. Like, P.J. Walker was unwatchable. DTR was unwatchable. Deshaun Watson was certainly not watchable. I think the two stretches of watchable Browns quarterback play that I've gotten since you traded Baker Mayfield has been a couple games of Jacoby Brissett and a couple games of Joe Flacco. The bar is tremendously low, but because it's Shador, it also seems to be tremendously high. 216-474-0092. What are the odds that Shador is the last quarterback to start a game for the Browns this season? Quick hits coming up with a real disappointment on 92.3 The Fan.
Rewind, weeknights 11 p.m. to midnight. All the best segments from all of our shows, and you can always listen on the Odyssey app. Headline sports news every 20 minutes at 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Katie Pollack.
When you want the latest on the Cavs, we're the station you turn to first. 92.3 The Fan is Cleveland's home for breaking sports news. Your teams, your station.
Brian Baldinger coming up in 20 minutes. Nick Wilson, Jonathan Peterlin back on Afternoon Drive. We'll set the expectation with Baldy on Sunday for Shador Sanders' first NFL start. We do have Ted Nguyen coming up at 4 o'clock as well. He has a Raiders podcast. He's also senior NFL writer for The Athletic. So curious to get the Raiders subplot here for Shador Sanders. It was another team he was linked to in the pre-draft process. We continue to take your submissions, though, on the stat line for Shador on Sunday. I will say, a lot of people a little bit more rosy than maybe they were on Wednesday. Maybe that those reps, people I think are getting up on those reps. But let's go ahead and get to quick hits.
From the latest news and rumors around the sports world to the sound bites you need to hear. Hurry. It's Quick Hits.
The Bills fell to the Texans 23-19 on Thursday Night Football last night, with the Bills falling to 7-4 on the season. It was, I wouldn't call that game a watchable game last night. It was, I was in and out of it and frustrated multiple times, but getting to the Bills, they're now 2 games back in the, I almost said AL East, in the AFC East. Are the Bills the most disappointing team in the NFL this season?
Oh, no, I don't look at it that way. The way I look at it is it's just kind of proving that Josh Allen has to be perfect, and I think that's an unfair spot for Josh Allen. You know, a couple years ago when the Chiefs started taking weapons away from Patrick Mahomes, and everyone's like, well, what's going on here? And they loaded up the defensive side of the ball. The Bills and being really just trying to copy, I think, what they were doing and just stripping pieces away from Josh Allen, and he went too far. Mm-hmm. And I think that's kind of the point, is that although Josh Allen can be Superman, everyone, even Superman, needs some help.
Yeah, so it's interesting. I think defensively, I don't think they're actually this bad. I think they're just going through a rough stretch. If you look, they've got guys on defense.
They have guys. That's a pretty good defense,
so,
all things considered.
When you see, like, okay, maybe Joey Bosa isn't who Joey Bosa was 3 years ago, but by and large,
he was off to a great start to the season.
I expect the defense to figure itself out. The offense, I don't know. And I think that, because, like, James Cook's a nice player. He's not a great player. The tight ends are both nice players.
And
they're not great
Coleman's
players.
out to lunch. I don't know what's going on there. But, so I always believe that when GMs get defensive in the offseason, it's because what's happening is that they've identified a sore spot within the team, the media has, and there's a reason why. Do you remember that, like, it was geez, man, was this like June or July? WGR had Bean on, and then he lost it on him.
Yeah.
Remember that clip? We played it here on the show. He lost it on him about, like, all you fans think you guys know everything. We have more than enough wide receivers. You guys are the same idiots that thought we should have taken Josh Rosen instead of Josh Allen, and lost it on him. And what he was really telling everybody is, yes, I know we don't have enough wide receivers for Josh Allen. And we're watching this season as they don't have enough wide receiver play for Josh Allen.
So is this, in Brown's parlance, is this when J-Dub took the victory lap on social media trolls after one win, and conveniently we've not heard from J-Dub since?
Yes, because the sore spot was poked, as people like to put it. You know what I mean? Like, you got to a spot that you knew would bother him in many ways. And so, I think that's an accurate read there. Omaha! All right, let's go to the other side of this game, because we did get a couple tweets on this one, so I'd like to make this a thing. Davis Mills. This is not him proving that Davis Mills is good at football.
Is better than...
Headline from ProFootballTalk.com. Davis Mills proves that he belongs. I don't know
So that sounds like that headline does say that he belongs.
I don't know that 3 games and wins against Jacksonville, Tennessee, and Buffalo all of a sudden proves that the giraffe neck belongs. I don't know if that proves that. When he's got the same passer rating as Justin Fields this year. I just don't know if that proves that.
Has the giraffe won a bunch of games?
Yes, he is a winner of games. I'll say that.
So
for this season. How about we go back to when he started in the NFL? Actually, started a whole season and led the league in interceptions.
Young players can get better.
We
Thank
just
you very much.
conveniently forget all of these things around Davis Mills.
Listen, I've heard people push Kenny Pickett on me, so I don't want to hear any quarterback judgment out there. I think Davis Mills is better than being a backup. I don't know that makes him a top 20 starter in the NFL, But do I think you can win games with Davis Mills? Yes.
It's a weird glow up for a guy that we watched play for 2 seasons and not really do anything but turn the ball over a ton. And now through 3 games is the same passer rating as Justin Fields. And people are acting like all of a sudden, like people are putting on the same stratosphere as Mac Jones for what he's doing in San Francisco.
That's silly.
Okay, as long as we can acknowledge we're going a little too overboard here.
I mean, I think Davis Mills is kind of like the same lines of like Trey Lance, where like Davis was really good in college. He just was never healthy. And so he was in college for like 5 years, but played like 20 games or something like that. So I look at it and I'm like, well, he's a big physical guy. He does have some traits that are interesting. I would like, if Kyler Murray or a Tua Tagovailoa, if those guys are off the table, then the other thing you can do is go to the retread pile, and I think I'd rather Davis Mills than Kenny Pickett. I think I'd rather Davis Mills than, oh my gosh, who are the other J.J. McCarthy. I think I'd rather. Like, again, I'm not saying he's going to be great. I just think he's interesting.
You're like you want him over Deshaun Watson is the reality. I think that's where we're like, okay, let's do that. Let's because it seems like they're trending towards just throwing Deshaun out of the field. So it's like, and if that becomes the case, I'll also accept Davis Mills too. Okay, yeah. Can we put that on the table?
I think it's Deshaun, it's Kenny Pickett, it's a bunch of guys who just aren't it. And then there's Davis Mills, and then there's a lot of really good football players ahead of him. I guess we'll do this. Oh, damn it, I lost it. Oh, okay. So we had somebody on the 92.3 The Fan YouTube channel that said, and I'm sorry I didn't see it because it happened real quick there. I think it's Cup H70 saying that he hoped Tommy Rees allows Shador to throw the ball down the field on that first drive and take a couple shots. If you're the Browns, do you let Shador take a couple shots down the field, or do you do the old let's let him settle into the game bit?
Okay, so I've thought way too much about this because the scripted plays matter the most, I feel like, for young players. They're very important, right? In my mind, I would think to myself, well, they're going to run the ball with Quinshawn early, and that would be part of the key to this all, to the point where it feels like one of those games where you'd have so much involvement with the running game, you're like, I don't even know that Shador's playing in this game. That's like the rate that they would go, but I feel like the scripted part of this is going to matter so much that I hope they lean into the idea that, yes, they will be able to throw the ball downfield a little bit with Shador. I don't envision that happening, but it'd be a nice surprise if it does.
I think it has to happen. I don't think you got to stop being predictable. And that includes if you run on first down versus if you run on second down, and varying that up a little bit. Part of the reason that it doesn't matter who the quarterback is you just have been the most predictable team. It's going to take a throw from Shador on like a 1st and 10 to go 30 yards for them to clinch.
So is the game plan, let's have Shador and the defense go win the game, or is the game plan, let's have the defense and the run game win the game? Because I
think you know what the plan's going to be.
And
I think the problem is that's been the plan and it hasn't worked.
I agree with you 100%, because that's the part that scares me, though, is that idea, is that, like, again, this is another Browns conversation where it's like what we would do is just entirely different than what it seems like they would do. They just keep choosing the different path, and that different path has not worked out for them in recent years, so that is what it is. All right, I wanted to play this clip for you from Bill Simmons, okay? Bill Simmons was going through the biggest sliding doors moment of the last 10 years in the NBA. He brought his mailbag back into the equation, and so he's taking some of these questions, and I want to see if you agree with the sliding doors, the biggest sliding doors moment in the NBA in the past decade. Here we go.
Bigger sliding doors moment in terms of overall impact to the NBA. Draymond's ball shot to LeBron late in Game 4. I think Cleveland loses Game 5. Golden State goes down as the greatest single-season, regular season team ever. KD cannot sign with Golden State if they win the title. He just can't. LeBron never wins in 2016, which puts an incredible amount of pressure on 2017. Now, if Durant's not there in 2017, maybe they could have won that one. Kyrie never gets his shot in Game 7. That becomes his one great moment and becomes the thing people always pointed to until he had his Dallas redemption. Curry wins back-to-back, and then also the favorite of 2017 historically puts him on a whole other level. But the big one is LeBron not winning in Cleveland, and if he hadn't won in Cleveland in 16, 17, 18, would he have just stayed? That is the best sliding doors of the last 10 years, no question.
So it's interesting to think about, but I think the premise is false, because You weren't winning Game 5 whether Draymond was on the court or not.
Mm-hmm.
You're losing that game. That was the Kyrie and LeBron 41-point game. They each scored 41. Draymond wasn't going to be the difference. You won that game by 15 points.
Yeah.
Draymond's not the difference in that game. You're not winning Game 5. You're not winning Game 6. None of that. That's not a sliding doors moment. You're just rewriting history.
Yeah, I think the sliding doors moment is just Kevin not going to Golden State. Because I think if Kevin didn't go to Golden State, I think you split the next two titles. And I think 2019, which ended up going the way of the Raptors, I think that's the basically the rubber match between Cleveland and Golden State and who gets to be proclaimed the winner there.
And then if LeBron then wins 2 titles in that stretch, maybe he does just stay because he's winning a lot of titles and we keep this thing going.
Yeah, I mean, I think if Durant never signs in Golden State, I do think LeBron's here at least an extra year because I think you win at least one more title. And by the way, you might have won more than one more title after that. You might have had more on your side to convince Kyrie to stay. Maybe there's a Kevin Love trade earlier that allows you to unlock a different level. But I agree. I do think it's Kevin Durant. I think that part of what Bill said is 100% right in terms of this sliding door moment. All right, Giants rookie running back Cam Skattebo. He's got a season-ending injury.
Skattebo again?
And this is giving him more time to stream on Twitch. And he celebrated passing 10,000 subscriptions on Twitch in a Cam Skattebo kind of way.
Wait, this might be too much liquid for my shoe. All right, that's too much.
Yeah, that's... Huh? All right. So what happened is, because that sounds
too much
moderately
for his shoe, and then it
so
got
he
sexual.
poured an energy drink into his shoe and then drank out of it.
Oh yeah,
to celebrate. So what
I did see that headline somewhere.
Would have Jonathan Peterlin chugging an energy drink out of his dirty shoe?
Yeah, I'm not doing that. You remember in
nothing, not winning the lottery.
No, nothing's. I'm not drinking out of my shoe. What was that called when you drink beer out of your shoe, and people would do it in college, and I just thought it was the grossest thing ever. Das Boot?
It was from Beer Fest, right?
Well, there's in Beer
Das
Fest.
Boot.
It's shaped it's actually shaped as the boot, and then you drink out of it that way. And they have that whole scene where they do that. What is it called?
A shoey.
A shoey. That's right. That's right. A shoey. That's right. You're 100% right on that.
Also a pretty decent setup guy in the late 90s.
Not a chance am I drinking it out of my shoe.
I think there are more things that I would do. If I won the lottery, I'm doing a shoey.
One of the grossest things. I would drink a lot in a lot of ways, but a shoey would just be too gross for me.
If I sell the next, if I sell a movie script that goes on to be like the next Harry Potter or the next Fast and Furious, and I'm all of a sudden generational money comes my way. If the money train comes in, I'm doing a shoey.
I don't ever think shoey doesn't cross my mind as ways to hey, let's celebrate this though. It doesn't even. No. On the top 500 ways to celebrate, a shoey's not on that list.
All the other ways are ways you're going to want to celebrate. This is a way of you're atoning to the gods of hey, you gave me something, I'm going to give you a little content there.
Oh, I remember one time in college, a bunch of our friends, we had, they all passed around the same shoe, too. And they just kept chugging beers out of the same shoe, and they went person to person and was doing all the beers out of the same shoe. And I was like, that's not for me. I was more of a germaphobe in that part of my life than I am right now, but that did never would that cross my mind.
I beer bonged Boone's Farm. And I don't mean just a little Boone's Farm. I mean we filled it up to the top.
Yeah.
And I don't remember what the cause was. Why did
Boone's Farm, little Franzi, little slap in the bag action.
It was a great night, and from what I can remember, it was a great night.
Yeah. Do you think this was a new shoe? This had to have been a new shoe, right?
No. It looked like a dirty old It's Cam Skattebo.
It was one of his cleats.
Yeah.
One of his
Cam
cleats?
Skattebo. You think that guy's got
cleats?
Yeah.
All right, maybe I'm more of a germaphobe than I thought I've made a lot of strides in that department. I don't think I have after this conversation.
That's all right. He is the weird one. He is a knob. He being Cam Skattebo. Brian Baldinger, Odyssey NFL Insider, sets the expectation for Shador Sanders' first start in the NFL in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
give.
Has a 4-win matchup ever been as massive
I mean, it's
to
amazing.
us?
It's amazing.
I mean, come on. This
heart is beating
gigantic.
my chest.
I am in. This is the biggest Browns game in a long
Biggest
time.
Browns game of the year.
Let's go.
You know what it is? It's the biggest
Let's
Browns
go.
game of the year coming up on Sunday. And we're getting you ready for it all week long, Cleveland.
This is the radio home of the Cleveland Browns. We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan. It's the 3 o'clock hour
I'm not wavering. I might be wavering.
on Afternoon Drive.
Nick and JP back on Afternoon Drive on a football Friday. On an F-off Friday, we've got Shador's first start for the Cleveland Browns on the docket. We've got the Cavs going cupping tonight. Must-win cup action for the Cleveland Cavaliers. Ohio State Rutgers as well this weekend in a, I would think we would all assume, is a don't screw it up moment so we can get to Michigan and then to pants them in public. But Shador's first start. And there's a guy right now that we're going to bring on that's the perfect guy to have this discussion about Shador, the state of the Browns, the season that Myles Garrett's having. On the fan hotline, we're joined by Odyssey NFL insider Brian Baldinger, host of the best football show podcast. Insider Calls brought to you by Nationwide. For your insurance and financial needs, Nationwide is on your side. Brian, welcome to the show.
Good to be with you guys, man. Happy Friday. Happy Football Friday to y'all.
Well, we're always loving a good football Friday. This one, there's a little more juice just because it's Shador's first start. I know this is a loaded question, but it's the kind of question I like to ask. Baldy, what are your expectations for Shador on Sunday against the Raiders?
I'm a little bit higher on Shador, I think, than other people. And, people that just read the stat page and what he did in the second half last week. But, I mean, I thought he did some good things. I thought he showed toughness. His feet were in the ground. He didn't have happy feet, even when safeties were blitzing him and Kyle Hamilton was beating the running back for protection. And I thought he hung in there, took some hits, made a couple of plays, got him in position to tie the game up at the end of the game down there on the 25-yard line. Probably like to have, one or two throws back. But, he put one right in Laverdaine's hands, got knocked out with a chance to tie it. I think, week of work, I think he'll feel a little bit better. I think the things that he said at the end of the game last week were important. When he's talking about, this is a detailed business. I need to know what my guys are thinking. I need them to know what I'm thinking. If Jerry Jeudy is, running a curl in a cover 3, I got to know if he's coming back to the ball, if he's just going to stand there and wait for the ball. He's got to know these kind of things, and that's what practice does. So I'm anxious to see how he performs after a week of practice right now.
How much difference can that week of practice actually make, though? Because I feel like we've described a few things with Shador, and people are like, well, you can't fix the running backwards all in 1 week. And it's like, but you can't do a lot in a week, though, Coach.
Well, you could. It's a lot more than. He's going to have a meaningful snap since August, and he was hurt at the end of training camp. So really, you got to go back almost 4 months before he really had a snap. So I don't know how anybody. If I was the right guard, I wouldn't be any good, without any work in 4 months. So I don't know what people were expecting, with no work. Now that they found out that he wasn't getting any reps. So I think it can improve. It can help. The Raiders are not a good defense. You got to handle Max Crosby, but, there's ways to handle that. It'd be good if they could run the ball a little bit. They couldn't run it at all last week for the most part. So, I think, get the running game going. That's what it's kind of built around. And, I think he'll make good decisions with the football. But, the only way to evaluate any of these guys, any of them, is by playing them. And so let's just start the evaluation with, it's not a lot of work, it's not a lot of practice, but let's begin the evaluation to find out if this guy can be a player, a starter, a backup, whatever he's going to be. But we can't do it. You can't make any evaluations till you get out there and play.
So with that, Baldy, we were talking about that first, the opening drive sequence, right? Everything that I know about Kevin Stefanski tells me he's going to say, we're going to settle the kid in. We're not going to make a lot of big plays. We're just going to try and slow and methodically go down the field to let him settle in. Whereas I kind of think, man, you need a couple big plays early to get that idea of a threat, that Shador can make those big plays down the field that Dylan can't, to kind of wake the Raiders up a little bit and maybe get them on their heels. Philosophically, how would you like to see the Browns handle the first drive or two with Shador? Do you just play it safe, or do maybe you try and push the ball down the field early?
Well, I mean, last week, I mean, it was just, okay, let's get the ball to Tillman for 5 yards. Let's get the ball to Njoku for 7 yards. I mean, it was kind of like, let's just get him some completions and get him comfortable back there. And that's, like Njoku just, a delayed tight end over the middle. I mean, some pretty simple completions to start. And, and then, he gets sacked by Kyle Hamilton and, he fumbles. But I just think all quarterbacks need to settle into a game. It's on the road. It's going to be loud. He's never seen the Raiders before. I don't think he's going to. I don't think he's going to have big eyes for the situation or anything like that. I think he's going to be pretty calm. But I believe in just settling the guy in and getting him some completions, getting him a little bit of confidence. I think every quarterback benefits from that. There's times to take a shot down the field. I mean, if you looked at that Denver-Kansas City game, I mean, Sean Payton on the 5th play of the game took a deep shot like you're describing by Bo Nix. They didn't make it. But at the same time, they never stopped taking their shots. And then at the end of the game, when they needed a big play, they got it for 43 yards and won the game because of it. So I think a couple completions, a screen here, and a check down there. I mean, those are basics for any quarterback to kind of get comfortable.
Browns have the worst graded offensive line according to PFF. Their number 1 wide receiver is Jerry Jeudy, who's not having a particularly good year. He's led the league now for the 2nd straight year in drops. I say all this just to kind of point out some of the obstacles, whether it was Joe Flacco who didn't play well, Dylan Gabriel who didn't play well. Like, is the expectation that Shador even looks, I don't know, average or competent? Is that even something that seems hard to put on him playing with this team and this offense?
Quarterbacks can overcome a lot. I thought Flacco played good. They lost to the Ravens week 1. If they could have caught the ball, they would have beaten the Ravens. They drop a lot of passes. It's not a good receiving core. From top to bottom, it's not good. The tackles aren't good. I don't know how many different tackles they played this year, a bunch. But, all those things are excuses. Shador played behind a terrible offense line at Colorado, and this is not anything to do with the NFL at all, but he was used to running for his life and taking hits and making throws. So and he's built like he's a pretty tough kid. He's built pretty good, for the position to take those hits. But no quarterback wants to have that done. Like, nobody's going to play good if they're just getting whacked. So, but look, the roster is what it is. Like, it's up to the quarterback to see if he can elevate some of these guys. That would be a sign that maybe he's got some of the goods that you need, to make the evaluation if he can be a starter or not.
Odyssey NFL insider Brian Baldinger on the Fan Hotline here with Nick and JP ahead of Shador's first start, the 11th game of the season for the 2-8 Cleveland Browns. So, big picture, Browns statistically in pretty much every category have the worst offense in the NFL. How many offensive players away do you think this Browns team is from being able to hold their own and give that defense a chance to win them some games?
Well, you need a left tackle. I mean, you can't. I mean, you need the next Joe Thomas, whoever that's going to be. I mean, you need that type of player out there. That would help. That would help Antonio, Pochik, Wyatt Teller, if they're all going to be here next year. I think you can find the right tackle. I think the running backs are fine. The 2 tight ends are okay. And, you need some wide receivers that have some juice that can beat one-on-one coverage, and can catch the football and do something with it after the ball. So, I think defensively, they're pretty good. I mean, they're very good. Schlesinger and Graham were exactly what you could have hoped for. But, I think you definitely need a left tackle. You definitely need a big-time receiver. So, I think that's where it would start right now.
Baldy, you've been watching and taking in football and playing football your whole entire life. Where does Myles Garrett rank all-time for you as far as pass rushers?
Well, I played with Reggie White and I played against Bruce Smith. Those are the 2 best of all time. He has a chance. I don't know how long. I don't think Myles wants to play till he's 38 years old. I just don't. You talk to him about it, but if he's on pace here to catch maybe both those guys if he stays in it long enough. He could break the sack record this year. So he's going to be in that company. He's going to be in that rare category of Reggie and Bruce. He's got that type of ability. Those are probably the 2 best. There's other great pass rushers in this business, but from just a talent standpoint, Bruce Smith was the first pick of the draft. Reggie White, if he was in the NFL draft, would have been the first pick. So, Myles was the first pick. that's really what you want. When you're picking at the very top of the draft, you want the best athlete with, the best composite of physical traits. And he has all those, and then he's producing. So he's kind of unblockable by one guy, just the way Bruce was and Reggie was. I think both those guys had more help than Miles has. Nothing against, McGuire or, anybody that's out there right now. But, sometimes I feel like it's a one-man show and they kind of gang up on him, but he still knows how to beat that.
Baldy, looking across the defense, obviously we've watched Carson Schlesinger ball out this year. Mason Graham was the 5th pick in this draft. How many other building blocks do you see on this Browns defense?
I think you could use if Miles is going to be here for a long time, like it looks like, I would think, like if you watched last night's game, Will Anderson is a beast, but he's got Danielle Hunter on the other side. Like I feel like Miles needs, they've been looking, and they've had some guys, but I feel like he needs a guy opposite him that can really, turn the corner. Maybe not like him, but they can really turn the corner. I think the linebackers, Bush and Schlesinger, are good. Denzel's having a really good year. They probably need a slot corner and probably, a safety that can take the ball away. The way we saw, the safety last night take the ball away. I think if you got an end, maybe one more corner and a safety, I think Schwartz would be in pretty good shape right now.
How hard will it be to keep Schwartz here at the end of the season? Obviously, we don't know what will happen, but if Stefanski does end up getting fired and you have to change over coaching staffs, is that impossible that he'd be able to stay with the Browns and just kind of you bring in a new coach and they'd be like, all right, Schwartz, your defense has been awesome. We're going to keep you here as well.
Well, that's up. If they make a change, that's up to the new regime, whether they want to keep him or if they have their own guy. And if Schwartz wants to stay, there's a lot of decisions to be made. It's not just up to Jim. It's just up, so it's kind of a loaded question. I understand it, but I think Schwartz enjoys coaching these guys, but I would think that Jim wouldn't mind, interviewing for one of these jobs that's going to come open either. The guy's got real skill, but I think the guys really love playing for him. And so I think he's comfortable in the spot that he's in, but, it's got to be a good fit all the way around for him. If there is a new coach, if there's other new parts to the regime here, who knows? And I'm not suggesting anything because I don't know. But, if there's other changes, it's not just all up to him.
Baldy, great stuff as always. Always appreciate your time. Have a great weekend watching a plethora of awesome football.
I plan on it. You too, guys.
Thank you so much there. That was Odyssey NFL insider Brian Baldinger on the Fan Hotline, host of the Best Football Show podcast. Insider Calls brought to you by Nationwide. For your insurance and financial needs, Nationwide is on your side. Great stuff with Baldy. We'll react to what he had to say about the Browns and just how many offensive players are the Browns away. That's in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. Hey, guys, Nick Wilson here for my friends at FanDuel. FanDuel Friday is turning it up with NBA Happy Hour every Friday from
current 6-game homestand. It's a 7 p.m. tip-off tonight. You can now find 92.3 The Fan on YouTube. Subscribe to our YouTube channel and get the best content from our shows each and every weekday. That's 92.3 The Fan on YouTube. Headline sports news every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Katie Pollack.
You'll hear the latest from Browns practice as it happens. Basket and Phelps, weekdays at 10, 92.3 The Fan.
You can listen to The Fan anytime, anywhere on the free Odyssey app or by telling your smart speaker to play 92.3 The Fan. And now you can find The Fan on YouTube, including The Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima, 6 to 10 a.m., an afternoon drive with Nick Wilson and myself, Jonathan Peterlin, 2 to 7 live each and every weekday on The Fan's YouTube channel. Subscribe to our channel for free. Watch all the best content from your favorite shows in The Fan live and on demand now.
I don't know what people were expecting, with no work. Now that they found out they wasn't getting any reps. So I think it can improve. It can help. I mean, the Raiders are not a good defense. You got to handle Max Crosby, but, there's ways to handle that. It'd be good if they could run the ball a little bit. They couldn't run it at all last week for the most part. So, I think, get the running game going. That's what it's kind of built around. And, I think you'll make good decisions with the football. But, the only way to evaluate any of these guys, any of them, is by playing them. And so let's just start the evaluation with, it's not a lot of work, it's not a lot of practice, but let's begin the evaluation to find out if this guy can be a player or a starter or a backup, whatever he's going to be. But we can't do it. You can't make any evaluations till you get out there and play.
I think that's a line. What Brian Baldinger said, the only way to evaluate any of these guys is by playing them. Let's just start the evaluation. I know that there's a lot of debate about some guys, maybe they Mahomes, he waited. Jordan Love, he waited, and look what happened. And then guys like Joe Burrow went right in, and Joe struggled his rookie year, but then caught it in year 2. I understand there's a million ways for this, but I think my frustration is when I've seen the Browns give Dillon Gabriel tons of reps in first-team reps. Once Kenny Pickett got hurt, and stink, and that was good. But then Shador was getting maybe breadcrumbs of reps, play well, and that wasn't enough. That to me confused the hell out of me. This idea of, well, okay, they're really not that much difference in terms of either's experience in college. There's about 15 games. Shador started, I think, 40 games in college. They're both older prospects. What are we doing here?
It's not a Ty Simpson situation where he's played 9 games and you're like, wait, we need to see more here.
Or Trey Lance, where he started 16 games in college. So again, I don't know that I know that's I don't say rudimentary. I know that's one way to look at it, but there's an element of it's listen, you can have your thoughts based off the small amount of information that you might see in practice. Nothing tells you where a player truly is and their ability, their aptitude to jump and make leaps and bounds jumps in their play like actual NFL action.
Well, I mean, that's why, we kept dogging Dillon and what we saw with our own eyes at these practices, and that's why I remember talking to Sean Salisbury about it when he came on the station, and, Sean, I just trust about quarterbacks for so many years, and he's like, some guys are gamers. And he's right. Some guys are just gamers. Some guys, when you get them in the game, they're different. Now, it wasn't the case with Dillon Gabriel, but the reality is that you have to put them in these live bullet type settings in order to try to figure it out.
And it would make sense. I think Baker's a guy that's a gamer, right?
For
Baker
sure.
Mayfield's just honestly. By the way,
sure.
Even though he stinks to this point, I think J.J. McCarthy is another guy where it's to me, gamer isn't just, is he better in the game than in practice? It's in crucial situations, does that guy just kind of put a suit of armor on instead of cowering? I kind of think we saw Shador. I don't think it's a coincidence that Shador's best play was on the final drive of the game where they needed to score, and he made a couple of big plays, even if he didn't make the big play to tie the game.
Well, some guys are just, I feel like they're just built differently, and when it comes to Shador, I think he made a comment in his press conference on Wednesday, and he was talking about basically the whole point of life is to have pressure. It wasn't like people are asking if he's scared or anything like that. It was the whole point of living and where he feels best is when he has these pressurized moments. That's what he wakes up in the morning for these type of moments. Whereas I feel like 99.9% of society, they get these big pressurized moments and they melt down like the Wicked Witch of the West. They want nothing to do with it. Whereas people like Shador, And I thought Baker had this in him as well. That's why Baker, you'd watch, he'd go 10, 11, 12 passes in a row, just bang, 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 bang. And you'd watch him just be his very best when he got in rhythm and the confidence was just growing. And then you wake up and it's like, oh, it's been a quarter and a half and he hasn't had an incompletion. I feel like Shador is that way as well. He thrives off of momentum and he thrives off of pressurized moments and being able to just to combat that.
Well, and I think, like, we have a whole generation of kids that say they're built different and I am him and all this other crap. And most of the time it's not true. But you can see it on the field. And it's how you carry yourself in pressure. And again, like, that doesn't mean Shador's guaranteed to be a great NFL quarterback. There's a lot that goes into it. And listen, the Browns might be proven right. The Shador might be one of those guys who needs to sit, and by not sitting him, you're going to delay his development, and maybe he ends up being like a Geno Smith type quarterback, where he's bad in the NFL for a couple years, goes and sits for a couple years, pops up at 30 and is suddenly a good quarterback, right? Maybe they are. At the same point, you can tell that, like, oh no, this dude really isn't bugged too much by this moment vibe. And I think that's the one thing I am counting on Shador, is just that ability to go out there and play ball and not get too high or not too low. Now, that's not the same thing as, could he feel the pressure of trying to show the entire NFL that they were wrong on him?
Sure.
Because I think that's also susceptible. That's that double-edged sword of being a gamer and being tough as hell that we saw with Baker, too.
He still is human. That is a part of him, right? Even though I think he's built for this, I think he understands what he needs to do. He still is human. So like that's even the Isaiah Bond throw. You know, it's like in that moment, he makes that throw more times than not. Did he feel a little gassed up there? Probably. Maybe just a little bit.
Also, he was running. And I think it's hard.
It's hard throw.
It's really tough if you're not like... running's hard is what I'm trying to say. Nick Wilson says running is hard.
Running while doing things, difficult.
Yeah, just running in general. Okay. I would say, for me, running in general, not great. All right, now that being said, we also asked Baldy when he joined us in the previous segment, how many offensive players away is this Browns offense?
You need a left tackle. I mean, you need the next Joe Thomas, whoever that's going to be. I mean, you need that type of player out there. That would help. That would help Bitonio, Pochik, Wyatt Teller, if they're all going to be here next year. I think you can find a right tackle. I think the running backs are fine. The two tight ends are okay. And, you need some wide receivers that have some juice that can beat one-on-one coverage, and can catch the football and do something with it after the ball. So, I think defensively, they're pretty good. I mean, they're very good. Schlesinger and Graham were exactly what you could have hoped for. But, I think you definitely need a left tackle. You definitely need a big-time receiver. So, I think that's where it would start right now.
So I tend to look at this, instead of like individual starting players, I think of like upper echelon players. The truth is, I think you're an elite quarterback away from being a passable offense. I don't know that that's Shador, but what I mean is, like, if you had a guy like a Jaden Daniels or somebody else, the whole point of those guys are they elevate the guys around them. And so I think that's the interesting test with Shador. If we take quarterback off to the side, I think you're an elite wide receiver and at least two strong starting offensive linemen away from giving a quarterback a chance to play well.
I'm really worried about the offensive line. I think this is Bitonio's last year. I don't know any world that he comes back next season. I think you're going to need at least one of either a right tackle or a left tackle. And if you want to throw DeJuan Jones out there, I think that's a risk as well. So, what is that, 3 players in total? Between the offensive line, you can't return 4 guys from this offensive line next year. Yeah. That's a mistake. That's not good football to me. And then you need one premier wide receiver added to the mix as well.
And I think that would make Jerry Jeudy better. I think that would make Fannin and Njoku better. But I think there's this perception of, well, you're 5 offensive linemen away, you're 2 wide receivers. I think some people even soured on Quinshawn, and then of course there's a quarterback position. And I'm like, listen, I'm not here to tell you can fix the offense in one offseason, because it's predicated a lot on luck. But do I think the Browns' offense should truly be this bad? No. I do think Jerry Jeudy's a starting wide receiver in the NFL. I think Njoku and Fannin with the right quarterback could be a lot of fun to watch play together. I think Wyatt Teller's the only offensive lineman I'm carrying going forward, but I'd like to get a look at Luke Whippler just to see if he can play. Don't know why we're not doing that. So, I actually would count on DeJuan. I just would also bring in another tackle to kind of buttress him. So, yes, they are farther away because you don't have a definitive franchise quarterback, But to think that there's nothing there's nothing you can build on in the offensive line, I think you're wrong.
No, there's pieces. There's obvious pieces. I'm curious to find out how aggressive they're going to be. Like A.J. Brown, is he going to be part of our conversations in the offseason?
I would be very surprised.
I mean, I would too, but I'm trying to figure out how fast we're trying to do this thing. And like we were talking about just trying to add premier wide receivers, someone like that just won a Super Bowl this last year and is on a team with one of the best records in the NFL and is still grumpy. I don't know how that would go here. I think that probably is a bad recipe, but also
you'll get 2,000 yards next year. But you're going to win 2 games.
Yeah, but when you're desperate, you make these type of moves where you're like, I guess he can just be a headache and we'll bring him on. Like how desperate are the Browns to add a premier player and to say, okay, here we go?
I think a lot of people have said when it comes to the offense, how can you identify or evaluate the quarterback given what's around them? And I think that's a fair statement.
Yeah.
But I don't think it's the all-encompassing statement. I also think it can be, how can I evaluate the offensive line, the wide receivers, and the running game if your quarterback isn't a starting caliber quarterback?
I know, but even like Baldy caught himself. Baldy was like, I didn't think Joe Flacco played that bad. And in my head, I'm like saying the numbers back to him, like not saying it, but saying it. Man, are you sure about that?
But that was 4 games. I mean, that's the beginning of the season.
Week 2,
the offense should slow.
But even week 2, he was like, oh yeah, no, he made a lot of really good throws. Just the receivers dropped the passes. And the receivers, you had a lot of drop passes. And I was like, that's the point, though, Baldy. Well, like that, in the essence of it, that is the point.
But I think it's fair to say Joe Flacco at this age isn't the guy to elevate the guys around him, right? Might have a great arm, but he's not going to save you from wide receivers that drop or an offensive line that can't block, because he is, at this point, he's an arm, right? I think the thing that we saw about Dylan is he will not elevate talent. That's no disrespect to him. All the other things I've said about him are the disrespect to him. But specific to you don't elevate guys around you, that's a yes or no. That's an on or off kind of thing. You either have it or you don't. And the one thing that I would give Shador, the thing that I'm most interested in, is because he is a guy that other players tend to want to play with. He's kind of got that gravitational force, that personality that other players cling to. Because he's got that, and he just doesn't fear. Right?
Well, look at the names
he
that
just has those throws he'll make across the floor. Across the field. Those are the things that I think are exciting to wonder, well, can that elevate the talent around you?
Talk about elevating the talent. Think about all the different near bubble practice squad players that we started talking about in the practice squad as if like, whoa, didn't know where this guy came from. And it was all because they were playing with Shador. Larvidan is one of them. Caden Davis, who they got off the practice squad.
Floria.
I was going to bring him up next.
Forgotten about him.
He was in the row of players, and people act like Luke Floria was Justin Jefferson in his prime. And it's like, that's not a mistake that these guys, these players, that it's like, well, who's really tearing it up in practice right now? Oh, it's all the guys that are working with Shador off in the corner. Like, it can't be a mistake.
I would like to point out that and I don't know if it's just a reaction to the people that bagged on Shador, which we can leave the door open for. Every film guy that I've heard, Baldy's one of them, Chase Daniel, Diana.
Oh, we like Chase now.
Diana, what are we doing? He said nice things about Shador. We like Diana.
Major flip-flop on Chase Daniel.
He still sounds like a dum-dum. However, every film guy.
I'm not that stupid, Diana.
You actually went to Missouri. It's a great education, Diana.
Let's put some respect on my name, Diana.
But no, I think every credible film guy who watched Shador said, well, it wasn't great, but it wasn't as bad as everybody said. It's not as bad as the stat line. And they've said things like, he made plays. I think the hardest time in the game to make plays is after the game is seen, or after the opposing team has seen 3/4 of what your offense is trying to do. And again, none of this means I think he's going to go out and throw for 300 yards on Sunday. But does it have me intrigued on this idea of, can you elevate guys around you? Because if you can, suddenly Jerry Jeudy is a lot closer to the guy who looks like a number 1 receiver or a fringe number 1 than a guy who's playing like number 2. Suddenly, Quinshon Judkins can run the damn ball without having 9 guys in the box at all times, which is going to make him better. Those are the things I think you watch for on Sunday.
Like Cedric Tillman, for instance, in my mind, I feel like he's going to have a big game on Sunday. And it's like somebody like Cedric Tillman that we just don't bring up anymore and we just don't really talk about. Is someone like that, all of a sudden we'd be like, oh, maybe he can be a legitimate number 2 in an offense. You just start talking about people a little bit differently when the quarterback play gets a little bit better.
And those are things that whether he throws for 300 yards or 125 yards, those things you can see. I know because we saw some of those things on that final drive and in the Ravens game. So I understand that no matter what this kid does on Sunday, there's going to be just a mountain of overreaction from every which way. And to that overreaction, there will be an overreaction to said overreaction. And then the response to the second overreaction will be I get that. But like if the wide receivers look better on Sunday, I think that's something you can point to and say, that's part of what Shador can bring to the table. Because I think he has a chance to do that. You never know until they get on the field. You don't. Right? You can see him in practice. We saw it with Deshaun. You can see him in practice, and it doesn't happen in the regular season.
Right.
So you never know. But I at least have a little taste of that from the Ravens game, and certainly from camp, that I think has me excited to see, all right, can we get that for 4 quarters? Because if you get that for 4 quarters, just elevating everybody even 1% for the love of God, with this defense, this should be a win on Sunday.
When we go through the offense, I hate this offensive line. I really do. I cannot stress enough how much I hate this offensive line. But when you really tear this team apart in this offense piece by piece, there is talent here.
Yeah.
That's the confusing part about this. Why this has been one of the worst offenses we've seen in years in the NFL is because there's talent here. There really is. I mean, the 2 tight ends and Judkins alone should be enough for people to be like, all right, let's get excited.
216-474-0092. At Nick Wilson says, at Jay Peterlin, how many offensive players is the Browns offense away from just being not stank? And a unique way to describe the Cavs' struggles in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
O'Reilly Auto Parts. Shador Sanders is ready for his first start on Sunday.
I know our fans have a lot of expectations and hope. I would be doing a disservice to myself and disservice to the organization if I didn't feel like I am the guy. I'm doing everything I need to prepare to be the best version of myself as possible.
The radio home of the Cleveland Browns. We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
Back on Afternoon Drive, Ted Nguyen coming up in just about 15 minutes here. Raiders podcaster as well as senior NFL writer for The Athletic. We'll talk about Shador's interest from the Raiders back in the draft, his relationship with Tom Brady. We'll also talk about that craptastic Raiders team. But we do have, we're going cupping tonight. Can the Cavs stay in the cup?
We haven't even got to go streaking. We're just only cupping.
Well, in fairness, when you go streaking like we did last year to start the season, that's the rarity. Everybody can go cupping. Very few can go streaking.
Yeah, last year we were streaking, we were cupping. In fact, maybe I should have taken more advantage of the streaking.
I told you. Did I not say at the time? Did I not give you the idea here of you only get so many streaks in your life?
I just love cupping so much.
Well, now I'm really not invested in the cup at all this year. That's what kills me, and it's not the lack of streaking. It's not. It's just I don't think this team's going to win the cup this year.
I want to ask.
I don't believe in the team's ability.
I want to ask Cavs fans, like, what bracket are we even in the cup? What are we like really basic information about this cup, and see if half of the audience even knows.
Can we also?
Because I don't think they do right now.
Can we also agree it shouldn't be a different bucket every year?
A different buckets?
Yeah. Because every year you have a different pool that you play. Yeah.
Okay, there we go.
I don't love it. I'd like to
You
play.
like some consistency so we can build up the rivalries a little bit?
Honestly,
and it's like
should just be the division. If you wanted to make the division important again, that's how you do it.
Well, I think that's kind of what they're trying to avoid. I think they're trying to avoid that. I think they're trying
making the divisions important on any level.
I think they want to build up rivalries among different fan bases and different groups, but it's not sustainable at all.
Yeah, that's not how that works. Especially if you're not going to have the same group.
I have no idea
year.
who's even in our group. I have no idea who's in our group.
I think the Hawks,
Toronto, Atlanta, Indiana, and Washington.
I got the Hawks, and I was going to say Indiana and Washington and the other team. Okay. I was going to say
sounds like a pretty bad group.
I said Atlanta.
That's a pretty easy group to get through.
I think right now everybody's looking at the Cavs and thinking, I think this is a pretty easy group to get through. If you're the Hawks, Pacers, I think the Pacers are in the one spot, right?
Toronto is.
Naturally. Well, that's right.
The Pacers are 1-5 in the East right now.
See, this is the problem. There should be a weighted formula. The Raptors are booty cheeks. Everybody knows the Raptors are booty cheeks. If they represent our group, well, what are we even doing here?
They kicked our butt like a week ago, whatever that was.
They did. I hated it. Now, that being said, Cavs, apparently the most disappointing 10-6 team in the NBA. And the ESPN crew were talking about the other day, and Kendrick Perkins gave a reason why the Cavs might be a little bit of a disappointment.
They dominated them in the paint. And there's zero excuses because you have Evan Mobley, who is the reigning defensive player of the year. You have Jared Allen. You have two Twin Towers that are available. But the only reason that they're not getting it done is because they're soft. They're creamy in the middle.
It sounds like more of a character roster issue than it does a coaching issue.
Oh.
By the way, there's nothing funnier than Kendrick going full Kendrick, where he's just borderline nonsensical. And then Danny Green goes, it sounds like a character issue here. It's like, Danny.
And then the response is,
Danny, lay out of the paint, all right? Big Perks coming down the middle. He's talking some nonsense.
Listen, he created this take either 20 seconds ago or 2 years ago. No one really knows.
By the way,
I think he might also be thinking of marshmallows. I'm not sure either.
I'm pretty sure this is how Coach Massey described me, like my sophomore year, that incensed me. He said we were wearing belts, and he's like, that belt doesn't span your girth, which did upset me at the time. I think the second line...
Was he right?
He was right. Yeah, I needed two of the belts. Right, because they made him for like normal sized people. Your boy was not normal size. He was a 260-pound sophomore. Come on now, nice try, fatty.
I mean, I almost want to let Coach Massey off the hook.
Oh no, totally, no. A lot of the things he said was right.
We're just pointing out facts.
But I wish I like honestly.
He's like that. Now, if he would have said like that's not in our budget, Nick. Now that's a little mean.
No, I did. I got a lot of crap because they had to order a special size helmet for my dome. I got a lot of crap for that. A lot of crap for the rest of my days.
But also, it's not on you to be like, hey, I have to have a smaller head in order to fit this athletic budget?
Bam.
What kind of poverty athletic budget are we dealing with?
Bang biscuit. But yeah, I would say the only way it could have offended me more if she said Nick's creamy in the middle. that's such a. I will say
you're describing chocolates now. You're not describing teams. You're describing chocolates.
Kendrick is awful at NBA analysis. He's just not good at it. But occasionally he gives you a little creamy nougat like this one, and you're like, you know what? You're still bad at this, but that was fun.
Also, spot the lie.
Yeah, I think that's the other part of it. Like, even the most ardent Cavs homer at this point can't deny that the Cavs, whatever that thing is that you have to have in the NBA, Jarrett Allen and Evan Mobley do not have it together. They just don't. And I think Jarrett is an incredible dude. I think Evan's an incredible dude.
And Jarrett's not even playing fourth quarters now.
But again, because he's creamy in the middle, apparently.
I mean, it might be part of the reason why. Yeah, he's going to this whole Twin Tower thing as well, and he's like, it's you can't look at this team and make any case between Mobley and Allen right now. That's not really what we're doing around here.
Can I tell you though? I think they might have a guy.
Okay,
I really like Naquan Tomlin.
You liked the shove heard around the world in the Rockets game?
He's got that dog in him. We've been waiting for a while. Can anybody just have some avocados on him? Can we just get somebody who's just not afraid of other NBA players when things get physical?
I like going after Jabari Smith is now like it's the most physical thing we've seen in years on this team, but it's like, all right, here we go.
Well, okay, that's like when Mike Tyson was coming up and they were like, he's going to fight Schlumpy McGee. And then after he just waxed Schlumpy McGee, then it's like, all right, now it's to Tom Donner. And like every time the guy's name became less goofy and you knew it was like oh, now he's fighting this. Now he's fighting a foreman, right? Same thing with Nate. You started at Jabari Smith. You're not to Draymond Green yet. But can I get you? You're not at James Johnson yet, right?
That's going to be really hard because we're like, you need a goon, but not a gooner.
Honestly, at this point, if we had a goon that was also a gooner, that's fine.
We'll take both.
Oh, by the way, they're 22-year-old superstars. All NBA players are gooning on one level or another.
We got this crossed over.
With respect.
We needed less gooners and more goons.
That's true.
That's true. Where the cross-up happened.
So basically,
Cavs put out an application process, and all we got was gooners. We asked for goons.
There's like 3 circles, and it's goons, gooners, and then nerds. And I think the Cavs, we want like somebody who's like, all right, you're a little bit of a gooner, you're a little bit of a goon, and you're also a little bit of a nerd.
Yeah. All right. So the only thing, and I'll have to do some background on this to find out how Tomlin fits in with everybody, because apparently that's one of the requirements in Donovan Mitchell's locker rooms. You basically have to be everybody's best friend and fit in. And I think that's part of the problem and why they've had such a hard time of getting somebody that is just that goon, is that just menace. That like Draymond Green is insufferable as a human. There's no way Klay Thompson and Steph Curry have enjoyed their time with Draymond Green all these years, but they put up with him and they accept the fact that he's going to be annoying because they know the results that he's going to give out.
I just think the problem is the Cavs, if you look at any of the top 8 guys they've had from any year, none of them are that guy. Like Isaac Okoro was the closest thing you had to it. Couldn't stay on the court consistently because he's just not a good offensive player.
Or when he did, he was just a statue in the corner.
But like that's
sorry, Mac.
But like so that to me is like I understand like let's reference the Pacers, guys. The Pacers, Thomas Bryant, who's now our backup center, had a couple moments where he was overly physical with the Pacers. Neesmith, I'm going to forget a ton of names. Obi Toppin.
He had some really good games, but what an annoying human that guy is.
But I think the point is, those were all guys who part of their value to that team was, hey, you're going to get playing time if you hit your shots. Also, we're going to need you to be X, Y, and Z. I think we've just never had it to develop those guys that way. That's why I think Tomlin's so important. You've got to develop a guy whose playing time is based off, hey, you want to open up a can of whoop ass? Because that's part of your gig.
They had some of these guys years ago, and then they, got in fights around locker room disputes, and then all of a sudden sent them to Houston. You know what I mean?
In fairness, I think they were right on that one. You're talking about Kevin? Kevin Porter Jr.
Of course. And it's like, but like they've had some of these guys, but and they might be right long term on it. That's fine. But like they've had these guys and they decided to go a different route. And now this route that they've gone is basically everybody's got to get along with everybody. And that's who they are. And so like they built it. They built a locker room full of people that get along with themselves. That's good for on-court chemistry. It's just really bad for situations like this.
Everybody love everybody. Have the Cavs given up on trying to be tougher? Ted Nguyen of The Athletic and the Just Win podcast joins us. We'll talk Shador's relationship with Tom Brady, the fact that Shador could have been a Las Vegas Raider in the draft last year. We'll also get how much sizzle Shador's NFL starting debut is bringing to this game from the Vegas side of things. That's in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
Hey, guys.
Coming up next on Afternoon Drive, senior writer for The Athletic, Ted Nguyen, joins Nick and Jonathan. Headline sports news every 20 minutes at 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Katie Pollack.
When it's your time in the car, focus on what matters to you. The Ken Carmen Show with Anthony Lima. Weekday mornings starting at 6 a.m. 92.3 The Fan. It's the 4 o'clock hour on Afternoon Drive.
My mouth gets me more in trouble than anybody else. Back on Afternoon Drive on a football Friday, on an F-off Friday. Nick Wilson, Jonathan Peterlin getting you ready for Browns and Raiders on Sunday in Vegas. Shador Sanders first start here in the NFL. We will have more on the Cavaliers as the team goes cupping tonight. We might have a thing or two on Ohio State as well, but as it is a football Friday, as it is an F-off Friday, we got Shador's first start in the NFL on Sunday. And to talk about that, to talk big picture NFL as well, and get some insight on this Raiders team. You know him as the host of the Just Win podcast. You know him as a senior writer for The Athletic. Ted Nguyen joins us now on the Fan Hotline. Ted, welcome to the show.
Hey, thanks for having me on.
Well, it's great to have you here. How much does this being Shador's first NFL start add to this game, considering that it's two bad NFL teams?
Yeah, I mean, I think it does add to the intrigue, considering Shador did want to go to the Raiders, and they passed up on him a bunch of times, so that's kind of a storyline as well. But, I'm sure you guys know way better than I do, but, he's the most hyped, talked about fifth-round quarterback maybe in history. So there's going to be a lot of eyes to see if he's going to be able to perform better than he did last week with the full week of practice. He's in a good spot. I mean, the Raiders' defense is not the worst in the league, but they're definitely levels below the Ravens. So, maybe he has a better shot to perform in this game than when he was thrusted into that role against the Ravens.
All right, you're the king of the All-22. What did the All-22 tell you about last week, and what has it told you in the past about Shador, and how much of that can we move forward to this week?
Yeah, I mean, I thought we saw a lot of the negatives in his scouting report really show up against the Ravens, especially his tendency to kind of drift backwards and take those, what I call super sacks, not just sacks, but sacks that lose a lot of yardage. So that wasn't good to see. And obviously the Ravens, they run a lot of complicated blitzes, and they were throwing the kitchen sink at him. So I think for the Raiders, they really want to try to create interior pressure against Shador and get him to kind of fall back into his bad habits, which is retreating backwards. We saw a really nice deep ball he threw that could have been caught, that might have tied the game for the Browns as well. So I think the Raiders have to watch out for the deep ball, and he throws a really nice fade ball, and that's where he would want to go to. But they have to find some ways to create interior pressure against Sanders. They don't have a natural answer there because they don't really have great defensive tackles. So they might have to scheme up some interior pressure. And Patrick Graham is a guy who likes to blitz in his past, but in this version of his defense in which he's kind of working with Pete Carroll and kind of integrating some of his ideas, he hasn't blitzed as much. So it'd be interesting to see if he kind of goes back into his roots and dig up some of those cover zero blitzes.
Ted, how do you beat this Raiders team?
Just show up. No, okay. I think, obviously, the biggest weakness is their offensive line right now. It was a weak point coming into the season. Then they lost Colton Miller, and then they lost Jackson Powers-Johnson. There's a bunch of shuffling going on. They moved the guy that they moved to center originally over to guard. They have Putnam in at center, who had one of the worst games I've ever seen from an offensive lineman last week. So if you can create pressure and get to Geno Smith, then he's going to have a tough time really getting going. And we know the Browns have one of the best four-man rushes in the league. I really don't know how they're going to block Myles Garrett at all. So if you could do that and you could try to create some explosive pass plays, a major weakness is that left corner, Eric Stokes, the right corner, is having a really good season. But Kyu Blue was their original starter there. He got benched after getting destroyed by George Pickens, so they have a rookie, Darian Porter, likely to start in that game. So if you could create some explosive against him and continue to pressure Geno Smith, and the run game, it's just a non-starter right now. Like, they can't get anything going in a run game. They lead the league in negative yardage. So pressure Geno, create some explosives, and attack that left corner would probably be a big part of the game plan.
How much do people put on that with Ashton Genty just not being as good as people thought, or is it just all an offensive line problem, or do we have to meet in the middle somewhere?
To me, it's an offensive line problem, because when they have blocked for Genty and he had space, we've seen his ability to break tackles. I believe he's top 5 in broken tackles right now. So he's breaking tackles at a high rate, but it's just hard to do anything when you can't get going. He's getting hit in the backfield more than any other back in the league. So it's just unfortunate. Like, the idea or the maxim was always don't draft a running back before you have the offensive line, and that's played out to the extreme this year because he can't get anything going.
All right. How much of this is on Chip Kelly? Obviously, he's the highest paid offensive coordinator in the NFL. Buckeyes fans remember him well from the 1 year he had as the OC last year, and yet it feels like he might be one and done in Vegas.
Yeah, I wouldn't say it's all on him. It's unfair to judge him based on how bad the offensive line is, but I will say that I do have my criticisms of his scheme as well. And, I kind of told myself I would never believe in an offensive coordinator coming from college to NFL again. And I played myself by letting myself believe in Chip Kelly. Because, I was looking at some stuff he did at Ohio State, and it's like, this feels like a pro offense. I think he'll be able to translate better. He had pro experience, obviously, with the Eagles and the Niners. So maybe he learned his lessons, but a lot of the things that plague college offensive coordinators, it's happening with Chip Kelly. I mean, with the protection, he's obviously the offensive line has struggled, but he hasn't helped out the offensive line at all. Like, the Raiders are one of the teams that are high up there in as far as leaving their tackles on islands. There's games where he just allows Brock Bowers to disappear. So he has to find better ways to get the ball into his best receiver's hands. Pete Carroll has made comments in press conferences, kind of criticizing the play calling. He said last week it was his idea to go heavy play action early. So those are some bad signs. So it's hard to put it all on Chip Kelly, but there's definitely some drawbacks with Kelly and his play calling.
Yeah, I mean, we're a disaster here, but I think it's easy to say that you guys have been just as much of a disaster. Like, where were the expectations for this Raiders team going in? Pete Carroll, Geno Smith, it had to have been better than what it is right now.
For sure. I mean, I think there was a lot of cautious optimism with the Raiders. I mean, when you look at Brock Bowers and the season he had coming into the season, and you can see the flashes, like he is a top 3 type of tight end, and the league is kind of moving towards multiple tight end sets. They have 2 really good ones in Bowers and Michael Mayer, and you have Ashton Genty, who some thought was the best offensive player in the draft. Geno Smith was, a lot of film watchers love Geno Smith, including me. I thought he did really good in Seattle. He comes over here and, he totally turns into a pumpkin. And I think the expectation was that the offensive line would at least be average, or at least below average, but not terrible. But it's gone the complete opposite way, and Chip Kelly has been a disappointment as well. So when you mix those 2 things in, and Geno and his interceptions, it's been far below what the expectation was for this offense.
Ted Nguyen of The Athletic and the Just Win podcast on the Fan Hotline. Given that Tom Brady and Shador Sanders have a relationship, given the Raiders were in need of a quarterback, the Raiders and Shador were linked often in the pre-draft process. Obviously, he didn't go there. How close do you think Shador actually ever became to being a Las Vegas Raider?
It didn't seem like it was likely to me, because they did talk about scouting Shador and evaluating him closely, but they had plenty of chances to pull the trigger on him: 2nd round, 3rd round, 4th round, 5th rounds, and they didn't. So I really don't think that they liked him as a prospect, or else they would have pulled the trigger on one of those rounds. They needed a quarterback, and so probably not as close as some people thought based on that Tom Brady link, and Brady does definitely have a voice in this Raiders front office, obviously.
How do you explain Myles Garrett being this good this year? We've always seen him be great, obviously, but this is even another level, Ted.
It just seems like he's stronger. Like, he's been kind of pulling off that Reggie White hump move and just like tossing offensive tackles off of him, kind of like he looks like a NFLer against high schooler sometimes. So it's just crazy to see that he's taken his game to the next level. I think it also helps that this Browns defensive line is just higher quality all across the board, so it's harder to kind of just focus everything in on him. And he's probably getting, I'm curious to look at the numbers, but it seems like he's not able, the other teams aren't able to double and triple him as much as they have in the past, which is leading to these crazy numbers and potentially 25 sacks for him at the end of the year.
All right, given the state of the Raiders' offensive line, given the state of the Browns' defensive line, if I set the over-under on sacks for Myles Garrett on Sunday at 1.5, would you take the over or the under?
I would say over. Yeah, I mean, he's probably going to line up on the left against Stone Forsythe, which is one of the worst left tackles in the league, I imagine.
It's a great name,
even
though.
Against DJ. What was that?
That's a great name, though. Stone Forsythe. Yeah. That guy should be like a weatherman.
I know, but unfortunately, he just doesn't live up to it. But DJ Glaze is also terrible on the other side, so I could definitely see him passing that. I mean, I can't imagine the Raiders really running the ball effectively, so they're going to have to pass, which opens up more opportunities for Garrett. So, I mean, it's kind of crazy that 1.5 sacks is over-under for a player, and I kind of saw the odds on different betting websites, and it's like minus 150, 160, so it's crazy. Garrett is going to have a crazy game.
What other players on this Browns team do you like? Do you feel like it maybe don't get enough attention, maybe we don't talk enough about, but when you watch the film, because you just love the all-22, you're like, this guy constantly pops out to me?
I'll say Devin Bush, because I really loved Bush coming out of the draft, and obviously the beginning of his career, he didn't live up to expectations. So just watching him and watching him thrive in this defense is fun to watch, and it also, kind of makes me right after all these years. So it's good to watch him play well.
All right, so I'm sure we've covered this in some way in the 75 questions we've asked you, Ted, but I did see that you had retweeted the Deontay Lee piece on trying to separate Shador from the hype from Shador, the football player. So I guess going all the way back to the beginning, do you think Shador is a true fifth-rounder, or do you see some upside with what he can be in the NFL?
I don't think he's a fifth rounder. I had a second round grade on him. I could see him going to the third round as well. But obviously, I think when you are in that kind of tier as a quarterback, and then the things that surrounded him coming into the pre-draft process, it's easy to see why he fell to the fifth. So I would say, he was probably a second, third round grade type of quarterback that had obviously a lot more skill than a typical fifth-round quarterback, and a lot more experience than a fifth-round quarterback as well. So there is something there. I don't know if the Browns have the environment really to support any young quarterback at this point. So, to answer your question, I do think he's a much better than a typical fifth-round quarterback.
Ted, how do you make sense of what's going on in the AFC right now? Patriots are leading the East, the Steelers leading the North, Colts leading the South, and the West is led by the Broncos. Those are 4 teams I think most people wouldn't have had leading their divisions.
No, and it's interesting. I think all 4 of those teams have some pretty big flaws and question marks as well. The AFC is pretty wide open this year. I kind of still think the Chiefs might end up, I mean, they're probably not going to lead the division or anything like that, but I think they might end up in the AFC Championship game when it's all said and done. And it's just they do so many things well on offense, and they have some really unlucky breaks, and their defense is still a quality defense. I think the Patriots obviously Drake May is carrying that team, doing a lot of the work. The defense is improving, but they really don't do anything elite offensively. But May is really making that second step. The Colts have been playing really well, but Daniel Jones in the last 2 games has turned the ball over a bunch of times. He's fumbled like 6 times too, so he's kind of coming back down to earth. So I'm curious to see if he can get back on the trajectory that he was. And as far as the Broncos go, defense is absolutely elite. I just don't believe in Bo Nix quite yet. I think he's played pretty poorly this season. He had his best game against the Chiefs, but he's going to have to play better for a longer period of time for me to really believe the Broncos are a contender.
Ted, my partner and I have a burger bet on the AFC North. I have been on the Steelers since the offseason. I've not jumped off to this point. He thinks that it's a formality. The Ravens are going to take the division. What do you see the AFC North coming down to?
I think you're going to have to buy that burger because I feel like the Ravens are going to win that division too. I mean, the Steelers' defense has played better recently. Aaron Rodgers is just one of the most risk-adverse quarterbacks in the league. He does not want to get hit. He's throwing really quickly, throwing short. I just don't know if you could win like that unless the defense is just consistently week in, week out elite. And the Ravens have made such a distinct step up since they've gotten healthy. Moving Kyle Hamilton to the box has totally changed that defense. And that offense is kind of getting their footing going. So I think, I feel like the Ravens are eventually going to catch the Steelers. And they've gotten really close really fast, too. I mean, it feels like they were at the bottom of the division a couple of weeks ago. Now they're 5-5 and a game away from Pittsburgh.
One more real quick. Are the Bills bad right now, or are they just bad?
I mean, they're bad because the defense is probably the worst I've ever seen it under the Sean McDermott era. That run defense is atrocious, and there's no answers to fix that this season. They have a good offensive line. I mean, they had a bad showing yesterday against one of the best pass rushers in the league. They have a good offensive line, but they have no weapons to help out Josh Allen. Dalton Kincaid is their number one. He's been missing games, but he shouldn't be your number one. If they can't run the ball, and they couldn't run the ball yesterday against Houston other than one big James Cook run, they're really going to struggle. And if you can't stop the run, there's just too many ways for them to lose the game. Josh Allen can take over some games, but to ask him to do that kind of heavy lifting is just unrealistic. So this Bills team, they'll win some games just purely on the run game and Josh Allen, but I don't see them really going too far in the playoffs.
Ted, great stuff, buddy. Appreciate you. Enjoy the game on Sunday.
No problem. Thanks for having me on.
Ted Nguyen there, a senior writer for The Athletic and the Just Win podcast on the Fan Hotline. We'll react to what he had to say about Shador's first NFL start in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
92.3 The Fan, 2020 Sports.
This 2020 update brought to you by Brunswick Auto Mart. Save thousands below new car prices on over 350 premium certified and pre-owned vehicles at BrunswickAutomart.com. The 2-8 Browns head to Las Vegas to play the 2-8 Raiders on Sunday. David Njoku practiced today after missing the last 2 days due to a knee injury, and Myles Garrett did not practice today due to an illness. Dillon Gabriel practiced and is coming along in concussion protocol, but Shador Sanders is the starter this Sunday. Jameis Winston will get his second straight start for the Giants this Sunday because Jackson Dart remains in concussion.
Crush music season. Play now. From November 3rd to December 7th, selected players level 36 plus. Terms apply. See in-game. Optional in-game purchases.
Headline sports news every 20 minutes from the University Hospital's sports desk. We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
As always, you can listen to this show and all of our local shows on The Fan on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts.
I think it does add to the intrigue, considering Shador did want to go to the Raiders, and they passed up on him a bunch of times, so that's kind of a storyline as well. I'm sure you guys know way better than I do, but he's the most hyped, talked about fifth-round quarterback maybe in history. So there's going to be a lot of eyes to see if he's going to be able to perform better than he did last week with a full week of practice. And he's in a good spot. I mean, the Raiders' defense is not the worst in the league, but they're definitely levels below the Ravens, so maybe he has a better shot to perform in this game.
Ted Nguyen there of The Athletic and the Just Win podcast. I will give him this. He consistently got Shador's name wrong. It wasn't like he vacillated. You know how sometimes it'll be a Shador and that's Shador, right? No. He consistently said it was Shador.
Yeah, I was explaining. My wife was explaining to me. I say Mazel Tov wrong. It's like Mazel Tov. Like she saw Josh today. I was just in the read talking about how we went down to Bookman and Son, right?
Yeah.
And then Josh was telling us some stuff, and my wife was like Mazel Tov, and so we got back in the car, and I was like, why did you say it that way? And I wasn't like you said it wrong. Clearly, I was like, have I been saying Mazel Tov wrong for as long as we've known each other? I've been saying it dead wrong, but I've been consistently saying it wrong to the point where I feel like it's fine. People just think you're an idiot at the end of the day.
So how are you saying it?
So it's supposed to be almost like a rhymes with love at the back end of it, like a tov type thing, like a mazel tov.
Okay,
that's how it's supposed to be.
I've been
like a
tov?
mazel tov type thing. Yeah, way wrong apparently. I've just been like an idiot in front of every Jewish person I've ever known.
I feel like it's only partially wrong. Well, I don't think it's fully wrong.
Here's the thing. Well, so do you want to be corrected in those moments or no? And so, for myself, I'd rather get it right. I think that's what I'd rather be on the right side of that. I'd rather get it right.
But I'd rather get it right earlier.
But at least was never going to bring it up. I would have been saying Mazel Tov wrong for, I don't know, the next 50 years.
Yeah.
And she wasn't going to correct me. Ted Nguyen, were we ever going to correct him on Shador? Probably not.
No, probably not.
If we start correcting every person that says it wrong, we're just going to be out here, that's a lot of people.
Also, we don't know Ted like that.
No, we don't know Ted like that.
I'm trying. If Ross said it wrong, we'd be like, "What the hell are you doing?"
Well,
there?
Ross is also broadcasting the game on Sunday, so he'd have to. We'd be doing him.
If he got that wrong.
Well, we'd be doing him a massive failure.
But if Albert said it wrong, if those guys said, or Didi said it wrong, we would step in and be like, "Come on, what are we doing here?"
Didi did say it wrong. We didn't say a thing.
Wait, when?
On the broadcast.
Oh, on the broadcast.
The preseason.
I meant here. I meant during the show.
In the preseason, she kept saying his name wrong.
Yeah. Well, did she say Shador?
Yeah. And then she came on, and I didn't say anything to her about it.
I completely forgot. Now, that being said, it's wild how Shador is the main event on Sunday, given the fact that Myles Garrett could very well have a 3 or 4 sack day, which will put him on the precipice of the NFL sack record with 6 games to go.
Yeah, so obviously I'm very excited to watch what Shador can do, but there is a part of me that is as excited to watch Myles Garrett, and I think that sounds a little insane. It sounds like it doesn't feel right to me in the moment. We've tried to figure out what Myles Garrett and the sack record is, and we've always come to the conclusion, this is not the home run record. This is not, you know what I mean? This is its own separate thing, and we have to acknowledge it's not nearly as exciting as any of the offensive records could be. But there is a part of me now, as we're going closer and closer to the idea that we're watching history, that I'm just as excited for the defensive side of the ball.
I think that's what I think is really cool about this season is there were so many times where you were 2-8 or 1-9 or 1-11 earlier in Browns history, and you were watching just because you watched Browns games. Between Shador, between Myles Garrett, between Kevin Stefanski trying to keep this thing on the road, those are 3 gigantic reasons to watch the Browns, as bad as they are offensively, and they are awful. Offensively, to be this late in the season, have this bad a record, and still think, hey, these are 3 things I'm interested in, I think that makes this different than most lost seasons. Like, I think right now where we are, this is more interesting from here to the end line than where you were last year.
Or this is way more interesting from here to the end line than, let's say, even the start to right here.
Yeah. No, that's very, very, because you knew, I don't know, because I had some hope that Joe Flacco could maybe rip it a couple times and make that interesting. I don't think anybody saw Joe Flacco being that neutered by Kevin Stefanski in this offense.
It's been white noise for a few weeks now, though. You know?
It's since Dylan's second start. Since the Steelers game, it's been really hard.
I usually like to take notes during these things and try to put things away and do all that. I'm not doing any of that it's been 3 or 4 weeks where I've just kind of been just watching the game and just because we're not really going to elaborate on too much outside of what we just watched with our eyes.
Yeah, I mean, it's funny you say that because I've watched the offense as intently as you can watch it when it's happening. But in terms of I need to go reanalyze this, the defense, there are times where it's man, I want to watch that play again. Mm-hmm. Or, hey, where was the Mark Andrews touchdown? That was a rough play to give up, and I watched it 7 times back, even though it was a rough play.
Yeah.
I do not find myself with Dylan Gabriel, and it's not just Dylan, it's this offensive line, it's a running game where it is. I don't find myself going back too often and being I want to watch that second half again just to see if my eyes... No, your eyes aren't deceiving you. It's that bad. So it's unwatchable. All
right, but with Miles, though, if he's the undercard in this, and I think he is, but sacks are tough because sacks are like shooting stars. They're always... Obviously, they're fun, but they come and they're fleeting, and then you're on to the next play. But I'm at a spot now, and I've always kind of just paid attention to where Miles is because that's just part of how you watch defenses. You start with the 2 lines, and you kind of make your way out as the play progresses. But I find myself just kind of like when you watch a LeBron game, you're just focused on where LeBron is at all times on the court. That's kind of what I'm doing with Miles right now. I'm watching Miles more than I'm watching anything.
Oh, see, what's interesting is I am probably watching Miles more closely, but that hasn't stopped me from watching Mason and Malik and Isaiah. I'm just enjoying. It's so funny. I really wish they had just a league average offense because we'd talk so much mess about this defense. They're so much fun. And even, Ted had a point about how he watches Devin Bush.
Devin Bush is having one of the best seasons, not only of his career, but he's looked outstanding this
year.
Each
year he's been here, he's been better than the previous
year. But this isn't me trying to dismiss anything that the other guys in the defensive line is doing. It's more just it used to be when you watched Miles, you'd watch as 2 or 3 guys would defend him, and then it would be a struggle at times, but sometimes he'd break through. And this is watching how they attack him, and then relative to what the rest of the defensive line either gets to do, or then how they operate in response to how Miles. The whole play starts with how they attack Miles to begin with, and then you get to watch everyone else as they maneuver.
So it's interesting, and Ted kind of alluded to this. This year, you're seeing something Miles hasn't seen consistently since early in his career. He's getting a lot of one-on-one opportunities. Mm-hmm. And even if it's one-on-one with a chip, that's different than when it's been 2-on-1 in a chip or 3-on-1 in a chip. Right? Or, hey, this lineman's free because this guy ended up going downfield and now he's got a 4th guy trying to get after Miles. Miles is getting a lot of one-on-ones, or it's not as simple as, hey, look for the triple team on Miles. And obviously that's because Mason Graham, Malik Collins, Isaiah McGuire are really good. But it's been interesting because you're seeing teams in real time have to come up with a plan at any given moment. And that does make it different. It's different from just being wow, did you see Miles overcome that double team right there, that triple team? And I think that makes it different. It looks different this year, which is another reason why you continue to come back and go, I'm more invested in Miles, whether it's a sack record or the second Defensive Player of the Year award, because the things that are happening around him are more interesting. He's played with good singular defenders before. He's had a season with Jadeveon where Jadeveon was very good. Sheldon Richardson,
Olivier Vernon.
But in terms of the whole thing around him, I don't think it's ever been the perfect mix of up the pocket pressure, which is huge for defensive ends, and hey, if you want to go ahead and roll out to the other side, don't worry, we've got McGuire or somebody else to kind of clean you up over there, too.
It's just made the game within the game so much more enjoyable, in a season that has really kind of stunk in a lot of ways. It's made the game within the game so much enjoyable. And so, I don't know, for this weekend, obviously Shador is the main card, but the undercard being Miles is a pretty fun thing.
Yeah, and it's funny. Like, I'll go back to what you were saying. You were watching Miles more intently. Most of the time, it's just been, well, Miles is going to get his, and we'll see. But it's just fun to watch the whole damn unit. And it's going to be interesting if Shador keeps starting. At what point is there any point where it's just a double card, right? It's no longer just Shador on the mast and then Miles on the undercard.
As we get closer and closer to him breaking the sack record, that's what I'm curious to find out. How many people enter these games with the idea of like, all right, hey, if I have to go to the bathroom during this game, I'm actually going to do so on offense, not on defense. I'm going to try to make it through the commercial break, but I'm going to do it where I can make sure I see every snap of Miles because I want to see what this history is.
I think this is going to be a great opportunity. I really hope he just has another 4-sack game. Because the more amount of the final 6 games we can spend in is this the Sunday that I think the more consequential Sundays are going to feel.
Well, so are you worried?
I want that for Browns fans, and I do want that for Miles too.
Yeah, so most pass rushers tend to disappear as the season moves on because it gets colder and they're just not as quick. But I looked at the numbers with Miles earlier today. Actually, it was earlier yesterday. I've just kind of been hanging on to it, and December is his least productive month and by a wide margin. In the months of September, do you want it by sacks per game or you want total sacks? Which would you prefer?
Sacks per game.
Okay, sacks per game. All right, September 1.23 sacks per game. Okay, so that's a good number, right? Meanwhile, in December he's at 0.56 sacks per game. He's twice as effective in September as he has been in December. I mean, it is by far his least productive month. In fact, he's very close in the sacks per game category in September as he is in October, as he is in November. It's just December, there's this massive drop-off.
It also helps that the Browns aren't winning a lot of games in that time frame. That's not helping him either. And he's been hurt a couple times. 216-474-0092. If Shador is the main card, is Myles Garrett the undercard? Or do you think it's strike that and reverse it? More on Shador's first start and maybe not the best look in the world. That's in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
network to meet your needs with timely deliveries, easy and affordable ways to ship, and everything you need to make your season full of holiday cheer. Our purpose is delivering your peace of mind, knowing your love will arrive, bringing joy to all. The United States Postal Service. Learn more at USPS.com/holidays.
Miss one day and you miss a lot. We are the radio home of the Cleveland Browns.
Here we go, Brownies! Here we go!
92.3 The Fan.
Get the latest from Browns practice throughout the week right now on our YouTube channel. Daryl Ryder recapping each and every practice and game while featuring the best highlights from coaches and players during media availability as well as on-the-field action. Subscribe to the 92.3 The Fan channel on YouTube now to get all the latest from Daryl Ryder and the Browns all throughout the football season.
We got the lead coming up in about 15 minutes here. We also have Daryl Ryder coming up at 6 o'clock tonight as we get you ready for the Browns and Raiders on Sunday. But big weekend in college football. We do have Rutgers versus Ohio State. Just don't screw that one up. But the NCAA just announcing that Division I schools have voted to rescind the rule that would have allowed college athletes to bet on pro sports. So betting on pro sports will remain against NCAA rules. So that comes within about less than 30 days of the initial ruling that would have allowed college athletes to bet on pro sports.
Yeah, it's interesting. The college sports is the place that you think a lot of the corruption would happen. Like, if you're just like using logical sense, you would think that in the college sports is where you need to really kind of govern all this. Because for a lot of these guys, yeah, you have scholarships and some of them even have NIL money. But for the most part, they're not being compensated high enough to go ahead and offset the idea that they would, in fact, risk the sport itself in order to go ahead and get a couple extra bucks.
And there's just so many athletes across so many sports.
So many people, yes.
It's just, and I know that they have algorithms and they have different ways of detecting this. But it's a lot. You are covering a huge swath of ground there. I just think this is. Listen, I think I'm going to give them credit here. I hate doing this because college athletics is just a cesspool of bad leadership and a bunch of just. Honestly, the kids get screwed over 9 times out of 10. Even when we get things like NIL, there's just bereft of leadership on the college level. I'm not breaking any news here, but. I think this is just the understanding, we don't need to open up this Pandora's box.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Maybe it wouldn't burn us. Maybe it would. But the reality is we can't enforce NIL. We can't enforce Connor Stallion's cheating allegations. We can't really enforce a damn thing. Why would we open ourselves up for this, too?
Well, we already got a story once every 2 weeks about a program, whether it's like New Mexico State or whether it's Utah State, where it's like, wait, they had 10 players that were doing something nefarious all at once, all at the same time? Like, we had way too many of these stories.
I also don't think it's coincidence that the Clase and Ortiz thing happened when it did. I mean, it happened right as that initial window opened up where the D1 schools were saying we're going to allow them to gamble on pro sports, and then you saw that happen. And I think there was like oh, yeah, that's going to hurt baseball. NBA's got a huge scandal on its hands. We don't need one. We're good.
Well, because NCAA for years was part of the places that you think the cracks would come from, and so you got to close those cracks up as quickly as you possibly can. I get it. I'm not sad about it for college athletes in the slightest bit.
Now, as we return to the world of the NBA,
you can wait until you're over 22 and graduated to gamble like a real adult, Nick.
Or over 25 and graduate from college because you played in college football for 8 years.
You're Van Wilder.
Half of college football now is Van Wilder's.
Tyler Shuck.
I know. Doesn't Tyler Shuck have like a kid and a wife?
He's older than Trevor Lawrence.
I know.
I feel like I was going to say a lot of guys have kids and wives in college football. I mean, a lot of old heads are still playing.
That is weird, though. That is weird when they do the profile on him, and it's like he does has a whole wife, 2 kids, lives in the burbs.
I like his 40-hour job is going to play quarterback for Louisville.
That's what it basically is. But at this point,
honey, got to clock in, got to go to the old factory.
I mean, I've gone to the extremes though too. That's why I'm like, I don't even know that they should make these guys go to school anymore if they don't want to go to school. No, just make them employees of the school and just call it a day.
No, I don't like that.
What are we really doing here?
I mean, in fairness, at some point, they're
going to take online classes and get the 3.8 no matter how you do it anyway.
Oh, yeah, I want you to, if you're going to go to school for 8 years, I'd like you to have at least 2 degrees.
I think you should be able to have we call that the Fernando Mendoza.
Yeah.
As all of a sudden, have you seen every story pop out where not only does he have 2 degrees, he has 2 master's degrees.
Yep.
He spent his summers just doing internships at reputable, actual, McKinsey type level places. It's insanity is what he's
You know, the rough thing about Mendoza is you watch him, and I think I want to see him in brown and orange. And then you listen to him talk about football, and you're like, I want to hear this guy as the Browns quarterback. And then you hear him talk about anything else, and you're like, what a nerd. Like, what an absolute goof.
He's Ned Flanders. He's Kirk Cousins. He is. But I actually think I might be overcorrecting. By the time we go and do our draft breakdown, depending how Shador ends up and how this whole thing goes, I might course correct too far into the idea of I want the nerdy smart guy that is the opposite of any Instagram influencer or anything like that. Does Mendoza even have an Instagram? I'd be shocked if he even had an Instagram. He seems like the type that would just kind of, or if he does, it's like a family friends account and that's it.
I was going to say somebody runs the account for him because it's profitable and he wants to make some cash.
You want to talk about an Electrolyte Tuesday?
Oh,
Mendoza's running Electrolyte Tuesday. So he's opening up Electrolyte Tuesday bars.
We've already talked about the all short king room, the all nerd, the all electrolyte quarterback room. Fernando Mendoza, Dylan Gabriel. I think Davis Mills would have to be a part of that because that's another that's a giraffe that went to Stanford for 7 years.
Part of the course correction is the idea that Mendoza's 6'5" and he's a massive human while also being this extremely nerdy, by the book. If coach asked him to jump, he says how high type guy. Mm-hmm. I'm scared of that being the type of guy that I'm going to course correct with, but I might be the type of guy that I course correct.
See, but what I like about this is I think Davis Mills is like 6'3". So if you got like a 6'5" quarterback, 6'3", and then Dylan Gabriel, it'll just look like it'll be like 3 stepbrothers all in line there. You know?
yeah,
but they all bond over like building their own computers, right?
Oh man, what a nerdy room.
I'd love a quarterback room where Dylan Gabriel's the dumbest guy in the room.
On the side, they're just
the supercomputer is just like, hey, who's this dumb?
What would Stefanski? He already used supercomputer as the line. What line do you have for Mendoza then?
Super duper computer. Oh no! I know what it is.
Supercomputer squared.
For Fernando Mendoza, quantum computing power.
There we go.
Right, we're building a super network.
I really hoped you had the info on Mendoza's Instagram for me.
I do. It's really Fernando.Mendoza with a 0 instead of the O.
Is he a consistent contributor to the Instagram account, or is it one of those things he just has and you can tell is getting a little NIL cash off of?
No, he's posting every few days.
A little bit of a disappointing development then. I really thought this would be the quarterback that doesn't care about Instagram, doesn't care about social media, doesn't care about any of that stuff.
Well, it's like once every 5 days he posts.
He's just so clean. He looks like Andrew Garfield. He does. But like if Andrew Garfield was a gigantic human being, Andrew Garfield's like a normal size fella.
He looks like he should have played lacrosse at Duke.
Okay. All right. You could have picked any other school other than that.
Does that tell you everything you need to know?
You could have said lacrosse at North Carolina. We would have been fine.
It's just kind of what he looks like to me. That's a reputable program.
I just have a feeling that I really, until proven otherwise, this is why Sunday's so big. Until proven otherwise, I think it's going to be Mendoza in Cleveland, and I don't have a feel on it yet. I can't tell you yet. The only read I have on him, one, really fun to watch at Indiana, good football player. The other one is, what a nerd.
I mean, once he basically snapped the ankles of Urban Meyer in that interview, where all of a sudden he just basically talked nerdy football to him. That was a panty dropping moment for a lot of the NFL scouts and gurus that do this stuff,
and also Urban Meyer,
Yeah. I didn't realize how influential just like a 30-minute interview could be, and just rising up the draft boards for people. But it did it for a lot of people.
Yeah, it did it for me too. I don't know, man. I'm just so bummed about. I just wish there was a quarterback, because we're just going to be stuck in this perpetual thing for the next 7 weeks of, even if you win on Sunday, did you lose? Like, I know that's how a lot of people are going to take this game, and I'm like, gosh, I just want to win. And I know that if that means in April I'm cursing because we didn't get Fernando Mendoza, then I'm cursing because we didn't get Fernando Mendoza.
I mean, he talks like Stefanski. Like he could be Stefanski's kid.
I think that's the thing that's the other part of here.
Talks like Stefanski.
Is that it's like these nerds have been waiting for this nerd the whole time, right? We've given them meathead quarterbacks. We've given them problematic quarterbacks off the field. We've never given them one of their own. Like, I imagine when Stefanski and Barry draft Fernando Mendoza, they give us the old Google Gobble one of us from Wolf of Wall Street.
Yeah, their last great chance is going to be with basically it's the Spider-Man meme is all this is.
The kind of quarterback they can take home to mom. It's all they've been waiting for. Baker, not house-trained. Deshaun, problematic for other reasons. But Fernando, even fun to say, Fernando.
Tripped up on it a couple times already.
The lead in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. Hey!
Franchise QB. Got number 12, retired in Boulder. See the speed limit and go 2 times over. Shador Sanders, franchise QB. That's all I have.
Congratulations. That was really, really, really good. That's a promo.
The Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima. Weekday mornings starting at 6 a.m. 92.3 The Fan. It's 5 o'clock on The Fan, and it's time for The Lead with Nick Wilson and Jonathan Peterlin on Afternoon Drive.
Back on Afternoon Drive, Nick and JP with you. Daryl Ryder coming up in 60 minutes. Gigantic news to me, and probably only to me.
Okay.
The Rangers have non-tendered Adolis Garcia. He's coming off a 2.7 WAR season. Very good right fielder defensively. Some pop left, but has been down the last 2 seasons. I'd like to point out how bad the Guardians' offense has been. Right?
Yeah,
and so I throw it out there like I want Adolis Garcia. I think he's a good bounce-back kind of candidate.
El Bombe.
And all anyone says is, he sucks. It's like, I watched Nolan Jones play right field for 120 games. Yeah, I'm turning on him, Mac. You're damn right I'm turning on Nolan Jones. And by the way, I watched a cadre of guys who stunk in center field.
Yeah.
Like the idea that we should be picky and choosy on Adolis Garcia. Stop huffing paint and get in the game, kid.
He hits homers. Let's get guys that hit homers. Can I tell you my fun fact about him?
Yes.
All right, so he's called El Bombe. And you'd be like, well, geez, obvious reason why he's called El Bombe, right, Nick? What do you think that reason would be?
He loves Bambi?
No, it's El Bombe. What do you think the reason would be he'd be called El Bombe?
That's how isn't Bombi how you would say it if you were Hispanic?
What do you think that reason would be, Matt?
I'm watching the movie Bombi.
El Bombe, a guy that hits a lot of home runs. El Bombe as his nickname. What do you think that would be? What do you think the reason of that would be?
Because he hits home runs?
Wrong. A childhood friend of his thought that his head was shaped like a light bulb. That's where he got El Bombe from, and it's the funniest thing in the world.
Wait, is Bombi light bulb?
I guess so, yeah. Bombe is like light bulb, I guess, in Spanish. And so, like, his friend,
his friend
as a kid, he thought his head was shaped like a light bulb and was like, you're now El Bombe to me. And now this nickname is carried with him everywhere he's been in his entire life, and people call him El Bombe, and you think, it's because he hit bombs. No, not the case at all.
One of my absolute favorite things to do is to look up wrestlers who are big in Mexico or Japan who are like Hispanic wrestlers, because they have like these gigantic names, and then it's like the son of great dog or like all the and it always ends up to be like the Q-tip, and it's like wait. That's
it. That's all it is.
This is like the most over wrestler in all of Mexico, and his name is the Q-tip? What are we doing here?
I just love the idea that somebody was like, yeah, that's a light bulb head on you. You got yourself a light bulb head.
By the way, I love Justin Latta. Darren Lewis is another. Guys, baseball nerds, hit the bricks. Don't give me his chase rate. Don't give me El Bombe. Well, I don't care. He hits home runs. Like, stop it. Guys, you're going to talk me to Chase McCormick playing center field.
Easy now. We might have to put on that scouting hat that reads scouting on it.
These are the same damn people who are going to want me to sign Harrison Bader to a 4-year, $50 million deal. I refuse. Give me El Bombe. I want El Bombe. Sorry. I got your chase rates right here.
Get to the lead. I got your chase wrench.
Browns legend Joe Thomas joined the Morning Boys on the emerging podcast scene live from Bomber Sports Cards today.
Bombe Sports Cards.
He spoke highly of Shador Sanders ahead of his first start.
He's a guy that's a natural leader. He's a magnet. People are drawn to him. They want to follow him. He has an unquestionable mental toughness and ability to shake off bad plays and move on, which is one of the hallmarks of all great quarterbacks. That was one of the reasons the Browns wanted to draft him, right? He's got great leadership skills. People want to follow him. He's got a really good mental toughness. So if a bad play happens, he's not going to let it spiral into another bad play. He's willing to be accountable, and he's very accurate, and he can push the ball down the field, and he's a gamer. There's definitely some flaws, obviously, in the game that he needs to work on, and a lot of it because he just hasn't been in a pro-style system before, and he's just getting used to to seeing defenses and having to go through progressions and make checks. That's why you take a flyer on him in the 5th round, because he's got a lot of intangibles that a lot of guys drafted much higher than him don't have. And so you figure that, hey, if we can work on some of these things that we feel are correctable, he's got this incredibly high ceiling where he legitimately could be the franchise quarterback for the Cleveland Browns in the future.
Yeah, Joe's right. I mean, it is a lot of the appeal within Shador's obviously watching him play, but the intangibles are a thing that has been carrying with him for years and should be. I mean, it's again, he just reminds me of Baker. Like, guys just play for him and they play very hard for him, and it's a noticeable difference than just a random quarterback that's out there that's just like, all right, let's get together, guys.
I just have watched Dylan Gabriel just be Dylan Gabriel. I just am ready for fun.
Yeah, right? It's going to be.
I've been in a long-term relationship with a quarterback who is completely boring, vanilla, and not at all interesting.
I like that 6 weeks is the long-term relationship for you.
For Browns quarterbacks?
It's just funny.
That's like, nah, you know what?
That's you in college, okay? College you. It's like 6 weeks. Well, we've been with this one for a while.
I had a shot at Lima lined up. I had a shot at Mac lined up.
Don't go at Lima that way.
No, I'm not going to go at Lima, but I was definitely going to be like, for Mac, that's basically like being married, because he doesn't irritate women or anyone. You're completely single. Wait, I thought that was better, because I made it sound, when I said he doesn't ever date women, I made it sound like a specific thing. That's not how Big Daddy rolls.
Would the representative from Ohio like to take the stage and give a rebuttal?
Get to the next one.
Nailed it. Dynamite dropping, Monty. Kevin,
I like your guys' daily back and forth at one point. I was really expecting a little bit more. It's a Friday. Mac has given up on the fight right now.
Just like sex.
Kevin Stefanski spoke with the media today. Pow! Right in the kisser. He was asked about Shador Sanders' focus and week of preparation going into the Raiders game.
Did a good job. Obviously, for young players, young quarterbacks, you name it, the work week is structured so that it's a build-up, if you will. So every single day you're looking to learn, soak it all in, go perform, learn again. I think he's handled the week really well. His focus is to do his job for the football team, just like it is for everybody, and he knows that. And obviously, the rest of today, tomorrow, about finishing touches when it comes to the game plan and really locking in and talking about owning all those details, but that's where his focus is.
I do got to say, when it comes to Daryl's going to join us at 6 o'clock. Yeah. Daryl had this clip in the back-to-back setting on his Twitter, and the way he labeled it got me a little angry. Now, I don't know if I need to confront Daryl on this.
Okay.
But I might have to. The way that Daryl had labeled it was, Browns believe Shador Sanders is ready for his first NFL start. That was not really Stefanski saying any bit of them believing that he's ready for his first NFL start. I clicked into the video thinking to myself, oh, wow. That's groundbreaking. Well, I mean, them finally admitting, like, oh, yeah, he's ready. Like, the convenience of it, because we always thought it would get there. The convenience of, oh, yeah, he's ready to go. Okay, because Dylan got concussed, now he's ready to go. But they did not, in fact, say that. And they avoided saying that, I think, intentionally.
You and I had a conversation early. If you're the Browns, do you script up a couple big plays early to give Shador a chance to make plays? And the obvious thing there is the Browns are boring and predictable, and that's about as bad as you can be in the NFL. Man, after hearing that, we are going to get the missionary version of the Shador game plan. And if that kid does anything, it's going to be going off script.
It's a fine position. Sometimes it gets the job done.
I'm not judging. I'm just saying this is a bring the spice back to life kind of situation here.
You want to zest up the bedroom is what you're saying.
I want it zest up has a different connotation. I want to spice some things up here. Yeah, honestly, at some point, I understand why you got to vanilla up the game plan for Dylan Gabriel. He's just a little guy. Like, that's a guy, he's got 3 moves and out.
He's a tiny little guy.
I get that. This is not that. And listen, the idea of we're going to boring the hell out of this game plan makes a lot of sense if you don't trust the rookie or you want to help the rookie settle in. Stop it. Stop coddling. Let's win a game for the love of God.
I think my nightmare scenario for this game is them actually starting off with a bunch of runs with Quinshawn, it not going particularly well, Geno getting lucky on a pass or two or something happening, and then that's when they actually go to Shador and try to see if he can bail him out.
Oh, when they're playing from behind?
Yeah, I don't love that idea, but I could see the script going that way. But like the first 15, script it out. That should be your advantage in this. And if you have a quarterback like Shador that, I mean, every quarterback has such a huge advantage. J.J. McCarthy, the only time he's looked good this year is in the first 15 plays of any given Viking game. Like it matters so much, so it will be interesting to see what they do in that first little stretch.
Just real quick, J.J. McCarthy looks good in the first 15
That's the only time
plays
he looks good.
and like the last 7 plays. If you just took out the middle of the game, if you took out the middle 11 series, J.J. McCarthy would be a Hall of Fame quarterback.
His numbers in the first 15 scripted are insane.
I told you he made 3 good plays in the Bears game, and they were all on the final drive.
Yeah.
It's like you just took out the pesky middle of the game.
That whole big chunk.
The rest of the game, yeah. If you took out 90% of the game, he'd be a Hall of Famer. Odyssey NFL insider Brian Baldinger joined us today at 3. We asked him how many players the Browns' offense is away from being a competent offense.
You need a left tackle. I mean, you need the next Joe Thomas, whoever that's going to be. I mean, you need that type of player out there. That would help. That would help Bitonio, Pochik, Wyatt Teller, if they're all going to be here next year. I think you can find a right tackle. I think the running backs are fine. The 2 tight ends are okay. And, you need some wide receivers that have some juice that can beat one-on-one coverage, and can catch the football and do something with it after the ball. So, I think defensively, they're pretty good. I mean, they're very good. Schlesinger and Graham were exactly what you could have hoped for. But, I think you definitely need a left tackle. You definitely need a big-time receiver. So, I think that's where it would start right now.
I don't think they're as far away as most people think, but they're really not that close. I need to revamp this entire offensive line. I like bar rescue style. If you're John Taffer in this, I need a restaurant if possible. Yeah, we need a whole makeover, whole renovation. I need you to go from that bar, whatever that is, to a Michelin level star bar when it comes to this, because I need at least 4 of the 5 new pieces on
there. And
that.
now we go to KT Leviston, the left tackle. Shut it down! All right, now we go to Ethan Posick.
Why do you always give John Taffer this? I don't even know what accent that is.
What? What is that? Shut it down?
John Taffer's got more of a brute, shut it down type thing. You're giving him a southern drawl.
Shut it down! That's a southern draw?
Yeah, that sounds more like a southern draw than... Mac, what does that sound like? What is that?
Hey, shut it down! What are you talking about?
That's just... Now you're...
Bingo, bango, bongo!
You're part of the mafia.
It sounds like an airplane about to crash. Is what it sounds like.
An airplane's about to crash? Well, I don't know about that. It's just...
Analogies aren't your thing. You're gifted in other ways.
Airplane's about to...
Shut it down!
That's like the flamboyant version of John Taffer. I don't know what that is.
It's not the zesty version of John Taffer.
Very zesty John
There's
Taffer.
no zest in there. The man's already got a natural zeal to him. You're using the wrong Z word. It's very Didn't realize what word I was going from there.
Great comparison there.
That's like an analogy. You're also gifted in other ways. Oh, I got you, Nick.
This is the fun I've been waiting for.
Gifted if you get out of this segment.
I do enjoy it. I'm not even going to hide from it. I do enjoy it. It's a lot of fun for me when you guys go back. I like the barbs. I like when people trade barbs.
Shut it down.
Shut it down.
216-474-0092. Is that a good John Taffer? These haters. And are you expecting a win on Sunday? That's in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
Yeah, it was bad.
As a detective, I've solved many mysteries, but this one has me stumped.
Why does NJM Insurance remain
7 p.m. Get all the latest Browns content filtered right to your phone this season by following the Browns playlist and 92.3 The Fan on the Odyssey app. Headline sports news every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Katie Pollack.
When you want the latest on the Browns, we're the station you turn to first. 92.3 The Fan is Cleveland's home for breaking sports news. Your teams, your station.
Sports Talk on The Fan is presented by Paramount Plus. You can't count on much, but you can always count on Sundays with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus. Watch your local NFL game live every Sunday all season long. Visit ParamountPlus.com/NFL to get started today.
Back on Afternoon Drive, Daryl Reiner coming up in 40 minutes here. Nick and JP with you on a football Friday, on an F-off Friday. I know there's been a lot of baseball talk here because we just had the Adolis Garcia conversation. Apparently the Angels have named Brady Anderson the new hitting coach.
Oh.
What are we doing on that one? The guy who had one great season in baseball.
Unless we're going to get everyone a bunch of steroids, I don't know what we're going to do here.
It's kind of, listen, it is a market inefficiency.
Not enough steroids?
Not enough guys on steroids now.
Used to be good in that market. Now we're not good in that market.
Now the problem is you got to give them to the pitchers too, because the pitching has been more of the problem with the Angels than anything else.
I actually do wish they would have just gave Albert Pujols the head coaching, the manager job, and then just been like, we're just a team full of a bunch of really powerful hitters that used to exist in baseball.
I mean, in fairness, you're just talking about the Dodgers or Yankees, where everybody seems to hit 30 home runs a year.
No, but the coaching staff, the coaching staff could actually beat out
McGuire's the hitting coach.
A lot of you just bring back a lot of the old
maybe
boppers.
Brady Anderson's actually the pitching coach, just
Why
to
not?
throw everybody off.
Why not throw him off the scent? Yeah, why not?
Yeah.
I guess.
Hey, I think you should throw more fastballs. The other team's going to know that's what we're doing. Shut up and throw the fastballs. That's Brady Anderson.
I have no idea how that's going to go because I don't know if Brady Anderson can actually coach this thing or not. But it is interesting to me how. It feels like he took a lot of hate for so many years, and he seems so angry about having one awesome season that basically outed him for taking steroids. Why not? At least everyone remembers who you are. Like, he didn't have that good of a career. Like, everyone remembers Brady Anderson's season. Everyone remembers who he is as a player. Like, that in and of itself is probably better than what Brady Anderson should have gotten.
Yeah, but he was just a good center fielder beforehand. Like, if he just didn't do the juice, he'd probably be remembered as he was like the 10th best center fielder for the 90s.
I think he falls in the category of players that I actually think I might just kind of okay with them. Listen, it's cheating. It was what it was. But
so Steve Finley and Luis Gonzalez?
Luis Gonzalez, great example. Luis Gonzalez was basically a nothing burger of a player, and then he not only won a World Series with the Diamondbacks, but hit 50 home runs in the process, and is remembered as not only with the Diamondbacks, but across baseball, has his place in baseball history basically etched. On a team with Curt Schilling and Randy Johnson, people bring up Luis Gonzalez just about as much as anybody. I mean, wild the amount of players I can go on that 0-1 Diamondbacks team. But the point is that they're the type of player that, yes, it got them the recognition that they needed. It gave them a baseball great moment, and then they just get to go ahead and disappear off into the sunset. But I always understood when a guy like that took steroids. I kind of just always got it.
That'd be like Stephen Kwan doing steroids now.
Yes, in many ways, yes.
Kwan's other than the 50 home run year that he hits, every other year, it's 14, 15 home runs a year.
I just always thought about it like Joe Buck always made the case. He was like, if there was something that you could take to make you basically like an all-time great broadcaster, or like some sort of pill you could take, or something to make you one of the most memorable broadcasters, or at least have your place etched. And now Joe Buck has gotten his place etched, but he's like, yeah, you can do it in a second. And I'm like...
And most radio guys did it in the 80s and 90s. It's called cocaine.
It's called cocaine. It was always going to go back to cocaine.
Yeah.
But
I was weed in the 70s.
But and then it turned into booze in the early 2000s.
Still is.
That was rampant. That was radio stations.
You guys don't know the sacrifice I'm making on my own body by being a booze hound.
Is that it?
You are welcome, Ohio.
But I guess I just don't... There's no hate in my heart for people like Brady Anderson or Luis Gonzalez or any of those guys.
What about Jason Grimsley, who was just a scrub and was still a scrub after the juice?
You can make an argument. Would he have even been to the part where we got to him being that much of a scrub if not for the juice? That point, you're self-preservation. Like, Luis Gonzalez made himself more money off a couple good seasons than he wanted to worry about money for the rest of his life.
It's like that you're turning into a pro-juice man now that you're in your mid-30s.
I was always pro-juice for the not greatest of all time category, okay? But even with Barry Bonds, I've come back down to earth on all that too.
I don't know. It was really funny. He was so juiced up by the end.
So juiced up. You talk about big. You talk about like your big head, for instance.
Yeah.
Like his head was massive.
That's true. And he looked like a normal person the first 10 years of his career.
He looked like a bobblehead.
And then he got the juice, and then all of a sudden it's like, where did that dome come from,
Legitimately
friend?
a bobblehead doll. But that's, again...
What would happen if you and I took steroids? Other than we'd fight more.
Probably nothing great. I don't know what would happen.
I just want to rage.
Will we have roid rage?
Oh, I think so.
I mean, that is part of it.
Like you can take medicine to avoid your boys shrinking up. You can't with I don't
even care about that part of things. They're not the main player down there. It's okay.
Yeah, but you don't want it to look cattywampus.
Yeah.
You don't. I haven't thought about the aesthetic value here.
The aesthetic value?
Yeah.
What do I care about the aesthetics of that?
I think you should.
No, I don't care about that.
Yeah. Yeah, I think this is something that you don't think about, and then it happens.
That's the appetizer. It's not the main dish.
I don't even think it's an appetizer.
It's not even that. We're fine. It'd be all right either way.
I think it's like the celery next to the boneless
The real
rings.
hard part, though, is that you can't have two jacked radio hosts do a show together.
I disagree.
A very unserious show. If on the camera we were just both
just really
but you wouldn't be able to you can't have two really in shape radio hosts do a show together. It just subverts everything the medium is about. So you get one. You're allowed one per show at
fatty
best.
per show.
We don't even have one on the show, but you get one per show at best. The radio requirement is one guy has to be at least out of shape in a pretty big way.
You're not wrong. I just think I was
gonna dare you to like point out the radio show that's got two jacked guys.
It can't be
found.
found.
They don't exist. It doesn't exist.
No, but if it ever does happen, we'll be the first to run them down. I think that's the most important
Well, then
thing.
we instantly take steroids and we figure this whole thing out.
Well, you aren't running them down.
You're not welcome around here.
Yeah, you did admit earlier in the show that running just is not a thing for you.
I do it. It's just painful and doesn't look great. I ran the other day with the kids because we were playing, oh my gosh, I can't remember which day it was. It might have been Sunday. And I had been dealing with heel spur under my Achilles on my left foot. And I was chasing them outside with no shoes on. And it felt great in the moment. And then I woke up the next day. And it did not feel great anymore.
Just that little bit?
It was a fair amount of running, but it wasn't great.
I heard Joel Klatt. They did a bunch of like batting practice swings at Wrigley before their game last weekend, and he was like, I was so sore the next day. It was like he played. I think he played minor league baseball. It's amazing the things that in your early 40s now will get to you.
A little bit of news to pass along here from Chris Fedor of Cleveland.com. Kenny Atkinson says it looks like Darius Garland, Jalen Tyson, and Jared Allen will play tonight. So we got that going for us.
Yeah, it's fun. I miss Darius. Darius not being on the court in recent weeks has been one of the biggest boosts to the Darius Garland does or doesn't matter conversation. Like there's not a serious Cavs fan in the world now that can ever point to the idea that we're a better team without Darius or we'd be able to thrive without Darius.
Yeah, but it does complicate the what if you trade Darius or what if you have to choose between Darius and Donovan, because Donovan's a better player overall. He has the incredible stats, but I don't think your bigs go without Darius.
And I think that's kind of been highlighted, and I think that's why it'd be a really sad development if you did have to make that Sophie's choice at some point, because I don't know how Cavs fans would respond to it. Now, it also then it kills you anytime Darius then gets injured in the future, too. Which is bound to happen because he gets injured a lot.
Now, maybe because he started this season injured, maybe that covers his injuries for this season.
He's got his allotment out of the way.
Yeah, he's
met his quota.
You've missed your 20 games. Now you can be healthy. Maybe the basketball gods will give him a pass.
He's not like a car salesman trying to get his monthly limit set. Like he's
or a cop at the end of the month.
That's true
they do
too.
that.
Speeding tickets.
Normally I wouldn't give you this ticket, but it's time. That being said, to get back to the Browns and Raiders on Sunday, I'm no guarantee Gary. I'm feeling it.
You want to be a guarantee Gary?
No, I'm not. Because a guarantee Gary just goes out guaranteeing whenever it's beneficial.
You haven't guaranteed in a while.
Since the Green Bay game? No, I think it was the Miami game. Because didn't I guarantee at least one offensive?
You double guaranteed one of them,
and I was right.
Yeah, but it was
both of them.
It did feel a little unjust to me, but yeah, you were right.
I had 3 guarantees, and none of them have been unguaranteed this year.
No, you're 3 for 3. Are you going to go 4 for 4, or did you go ahead and just put that away? Because you didn't do it before the Jets game. You said, I think you even said something didn't feel right.
Yeah, it didn't feel right. It was a weird game, and then it ended up being a weird game. I kind of think I'm going to do it. I'm guaranteeing a Browns win on Sunday.
There we go. Guarantee Gary. Back out.
And if you're wondering what the difference is, I feel it. I feel it in my loins. There's a tingling,
That's
and
right.
I'm feeling it.
It was your loins.
I'm feeling it. My intuition is saying Shador's going to look better than he did on Sunday against the Ravens. This is a good matchup to have your first NFL start. I think the Browns defense is going to feast on this craptastic Vegas. Honestly, and I think for once, like we've talked, well, why is the defense worse on the road? It's because the offense is drastically worse too. I'm gonna say it again. The Browns. I'm guaranteeing a Browns win on Sunday. I can feel it.
They've lost 13 straight road games.
Yep.
I think Vegas is that bad that I don't hate the guarantee. In fact, I would wonder, they always put out like Cleveland.com. They all make their guesses and everything. I would wonder how many people in the city have the Browns losing this game, because I would bet it's next to none.
I mean, this is right up there with the Jets game. If you lose this game, you should be incensed. Like, we're at the point of the season.
No, we did the Jets game already, though. So I don't know that I'll be incensed. I'll be more like, okay, yeah, we just watched them do this 2 weeks ago.
But no, now it's a different quarterback. So that's a different reason to be mad if the quarterback isn't good enough to win.
Well, I might just be mad in general if Shador doesn't play well enough to win, but like the idea that if you lose this game, it almost, if anything, it'll just further stamp down the idea for the same reason why you lost the Jets game, you'd lose this one as well, that they're not taking any bit of this serious at all.
I don't know if it's the Shador part of this for me.
It's got to be influencing it.
I listen, I think you're going to be able to throw the ball down the field. And he might not always throw it down the field to his own team. He might be throwing it to the Raiders a couple times, but just that threat. I think this goes back to how we've normalized how bad this offense is, and just the lowest bar possible on offense is. I think about this game, and I'm like, even if you have 2 turnovers, if Shador's putting up 5 or 6 big throws per half, you're going to win this game because your defense. I mean, think about even the first interception.
Yeah.
In the Ravens game, or the interception. He didn't have multiple interceptions, but think about that interception. The defense bailed you out. The defense almost automatically
you answered immediately with another interception.
And here's the thing. So even if you turn the ball over, well, Geno Smith's going to turn the ball over too.
Yeah. No, I agree with that.
So
I just think Miles and the D-line is going to eat all day long because this offensive line stinks for the Raiders. All right, so I looked up NFL.com, and they did 5 different people, and there only one person picked the Browns as a winner.
Do they pick scores?
Yes, they do. Raiders 2016, Raiders 22-16, Raiders 19-16, Raiders 17-13, and then Tom Pelissero, I think, had the Browns 2015.
Did one of those guys have the Browns losing by 8 points in this game? Did I do the math real quick there?
No, it was 6 points was the highest.
Oh, 6 points was the highest. It's still not great. By the way, do you think they just base it up? Because isn't the line like 3.5 points?
Line's 3.5, yeah.
Yeah, 216-474-0092.
And the over-under is 36.5. Very low over-under.
I am undefeated on guarantees this season. So I'm putting my streak on the line against 2 streaks for the Browns. 1, haven't won a road game in a very long time. 2, haven't won a game with a rookie quarterback in a very long time. Are you expecting a win on Sunday? I think I'm there. Well, obviously I'm there with the guarantee, but like, This is as uncomplicated as I have felt going into a game for as long as I can remember.
The hard part for myself is that I said after the Jets game I wouldn't do this again. I said after the Jets game I wouldn't have faith and belief that they'll win a game this season. But if I believe in Shador the way that I do, how would I ever see this game being a loss?
Mm-hmm.
That's the part I can't overcome.
And by the way, I don't think Shador needs to be the reason you win on Sunday.
No, not at all. But like, if the defense is going to be great, and I think they will be because Geno can't play at all at this point, and really that offense it's Brock Bowers and a bunch of people making business decisions out there. It's not Genti can't run at all. I mean, it's a We need to, at some point, discover more reasons for why Genty's just getting the old Peterlin pass across the league. I get your offensive line stinks, but people don't give Judkins the same pass that they give Genty.
The Peterlin pass.
It's amazing what's going on over there. But, so their offense stinks. And I think Shador can just play mediocre and you end up with a win in this one.
Can I get you to guarantee a win?
No, I'm done guaranteeing.
Oh, come on!
I'm
it's
done.
right
No,
there
I'm
for
done
you.
guaranteeing. No.
You're not going to go. No. You're not going to go like other people on this station, where you say one thing at the beginning of the week and then you feel different at the end. Taking a shot at somebody.
I was going to say that's a Ken Garman classic.
I need 100 Cleveland men.
Say it with your chest. Say it with your chest. With conviction. Matt, can I get you to guarantee a win?
No.
Wow. What a team player there. Good job.
You're supposed to pick you got to pick me up here.
I mean, look, with this team in particular, it's how low can you go? And they found a way to get even lower.
It's the Raiders.
We said the same thing about the Jets.
Yeah, and they had them.
That's the problem.
If
I
not
just said
for
a lot
the
of things 2 weeks ago.
special teams issues, they had them. And by the way, they didn't have Shador on the field. Thank you very much.
And
Shador.
that is the difference. That is a big difference in this whole equation.
I'm beginning to think you're not a real.
I want to guarantee I want to guarantee in the absolute worst way.
It doesn't sound like you want to guarantee.
You know I want to guarantee.
It doesn't sound like you want to guarantee.
I'm sitting right here wanting to guarantee.
You're doing the demonstrative hands, but you're not guaranteeing.
I want to guarantee. They're not letting me guarantee.
No, I think you're not letting you guarantee.
You're right. I need to break myself free of these shackles, don't I?
The shackles.
It's going to be embarrassing enough if they lose this game. It's because Shador didn't play well.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's already embarrassing enough. I'll give it to you. Let's give you the guarantee, Gary, on this one.
That.
They're going to win this game. They're going to win this game. How else does this game go?
And you know what? I'll tell you this. They're going to win it by a touchdown.
Well, half tracks? Who are we?
Yeah, I'll tell you.
Whoa.
Well, if you just string that along through like the entire show, people will think you have an interesting show. I think there are other shows that try to do that. No? That's not even a shot at somebody on our station. I'm branching out.
Yeah, there we go.
No, I think they're going to win by at least a touchdown. Maybe
at least a touchdown.
Yeah, at least a touchdown.
Well, now you're $1 bobbing me with your guarantee. You got me to cross over to the guarantee.
Now that I got you guaranteed.
Now you're like, well, up it to at least a touchdown.
No, I felt it before.
Am I supposed to up it to 2 touchdowns?
Feeling it in your loins?
No, but I knew if I said I feel it by a touchdown, it would push you farther away from a guarantee.
I will never trust my gut again if Shador doesn't look good in this game. I don't know what I'll do. I would never be able to be like.
So you're gonna have to do
in
the
my
Costanza?
loins, as you say.
Yeah.
I will never trust my intuition ever again if he doesn't look good in this game because it'll just be way backwards than my brain can comprehend right now. And so we're giving it the old guarantee, the Gary guarantee. The guarantee Gary.
Garrett, I just
what
think
did you call it?
I said I'm no guarantee Gary. Like I'm not just
Gary.
out here handing out guarantees I don't believe in. I only give out guarantees that I feel in my loins, and I feel a guarantee in my loin. Jax Gregory, saying he guarantees a win. Come on now, come on,
Katie, you're going to guarantee this win?
Guarantee a win?
Guarantee this win?
You don't have to put your headphones on for it. You just.
Just talk everything off now.
I need the microphone on, not my headphones. I'm not guaranteeing anything.
Boo! Shut her mic off! Shut her mic off! Mac, have I heard you guarantee yet?
No.
Shut your damn mic off! This is a guaranteed win by the Browns.
I need 100 Cleveland men.
No, your mic is off. You can't say it should be.
It should be.
No, shut it off again. 216-474-0092. Get Murren's ass in here.
Yeah, okay.
Come on. Jake Murren, you want to guarantee a win?
Our response to Ken's pep talk is going to be Katie's pep talk now?
Yeah, the worst pep talk in the history. I don't think they can do it.
I'll guarantee a win.
Hell yes! Yes, that's the energy we need here on a football Friday. Mac, that's how you get to be a producer. Right there. That's how you do it. 216-474-0092. I'm putting them on the table.
I mean, it's the Raiders.
No, don't cheapen my guarantee.
It's the Raiders.
I've inspired the entire station to except a couple of losers. Sorry, you're both great.
Losers.
I know, it felt bad the second it said it.
Thick eraser phrase, pal.
Yikes, jeez.
Hey, shut the mics off! I didn't say you could talk yet.
You'll speak when spoken to. Thank you very much.
It's Nick and Jonathan. That's my mic.
He turned your mic off.
And Mac knows how to turn things off. Hey, have some Senka. Have some Senka. Hey. Yeah, just go to break. We're going to do an update.
Right, we'll see you in a few.
92.3 The Fan.
Frosties? Add new Unstoppables beads to your wash for 24-hour nonstop freshness so you can smell unstoppable.
Talk sports deep into the Cleveland night. Overtime with Jake Volnick. Weeknights at 7. Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
Darryl Ryder coming up in 15 minutes. We got a show of winners here guaranteeing the many wins for the Cleveland. They can only win once, but you get it. Somebody suggesting in the 92.3 The Fan YouTube channel, if you're watching along there, that it was a sarcastic guarantee. I might have been sarcastic getting everybody else to guarantee one with me. The initial guarantee was on the up and up. This is not I'm not going to come out. Other shows will flip-flop to try and make themselves look good to you guys. I like to have fun. I like to be straight up front with you guys as best as I can. If I came out on Monday and was like, guys, I was being sarcastic, that'd be the all-time chotch moment. I could never allow myself to be that caliber of chotch.
What game was it, though, where you did the double guarantee? Because that one did sound very not a serious guarantee.
Was it the Packers game?
It might have been. It was not a very serious guarantee.
What was the other guarantee that I had? The Dolphins game?
Maybe. Even that doesn't sound right to me. Yeah, you're 3 for 3 because you doubled up on one of them, but it didn't sound too sincere.
Mac, do you remember
this one?
Was it the Bengals game earlier in the year?
No.
They lost that game.
Because I guaranteed to win, and they got to win.
Yeah, they lost the Bengals game.
I think I guaranteed to win in the Packers game, and I think I guaranteed a touchdown in another game.
This is easy. We're dumb for having this discussion. They've won 2 games, guys.
Well, no.
So it's obviously the Packers and the Dolphins game.
I thought he guaranteed that they wouldn't get blown out against the Bengals.
This was the dumbest discussion we've ever had. They have 2 wins, and we're talking about 2 different times that you've guaranteed wins. It's obvious.
I think in
there's no debate. It's obvious.
I think in one of the games they just guaranteed a touchdown. Remember,
you doubled up within the win, and then you guaranteed that they'd also do an additional thing, and that additional thing happened. But that's what I don't know.
This is a ridiculous.
But we're obviously stupid because they've won 2 games this year.
All right, now Steve,
hold on, Jake. What do you got on this?
Yeah, your 2 guarantees, or your 3 guarantees. One was that the Browns would not get blown out week 1 against the Bengals.
Nailed it.
And then your other 2 were both attached to the Packers game, and they just straight out won that game. So you got both of those 2.
Bang biscuit. Feels good.
So it wasn't all wins then. Obviously.
Oh, yeah.
No, the one was just not getting blown out.
The one was just not getting blown out. Why do we even allow that as a guarantee?
Because people who only guarantee wins and losses, quite frankly, it's like those frauds, the fraud mediums that are like, I'm sensing your father here. He says he loves you. Oh, yeah, okay.
It'd be really odd if you're like, I'm talking to your father now. Turns out he says... You stink.
Yeah, but at least some of the time
take out the trash, and I don't love you and never have.
At least some of the time that's
I also cheated on your mom for 30 years.
See, I'm talking to your father. He says biologically not his. Called your mom a really out-of-pocket word. I can agree with it. His words, not mine.
Don't sue us.
See?
Yeah.
You can't just guarantee just wins and losses.
I didn't realize that was like a caveman guarantee was just wins and losses.
No, yeah, it is. Because again, if that's the only thing you feel in your loins, what do you really feel in your loins?
All right. Well, at least we're only feeling a win for this week. So what are we really feeling? Do we need to add on to the guarantee? Do we need to get an extra plate of guarantees?
Why do you always have to up the guarantee? Why isn't a guarantee enough for you?
You just told me it's basically like
guarantee size queen.
But this is like guaranteeing a win. You just told me is basically the dumbest, simplest thing you can do as a guarantee, so give me more.
If that's all you do.
Give me more.
That's all you do.
That is all we did for this week.
Well, okay, but no. I'm talking about across time. If that's the only guarantee you give, I guarantee you're not going to get blown out. I guaranteed a touchdown. I guaranteed, I think, a win.
I thought you were going to blow something else.
So because now this will only be my second win or loss guarantee, the ratio's right where it needs to be.
Okay, right.
Guarantees should be the spice of life, a cornucopia of guarantees. Now, we're told here that there's some Albert Breer audio that we are going to want to play here. I have no other context. It's on the MMQB podcast. Am I right on that, Mac?
Yeah.
Nailed it. Let's get to it.
I went from the annoyance stage to the amusement stage. I'm kind of enjoying it now. You know what I mean? Like all these people, like I was on Cleveland radio earlier this week, and I've done radio with these guys forever, and they're awesome. And, but like it almost became a sport for me, like the 20 minutes I was on with my guy Nick, and like where I was like shooting down everything he said. You know what I mean? I was like, and it was the easiest thing in the world. It was just like, what other 5th round pick have you ever talked about like this?
Ever?
No. Like, do you know who the Browns' 5th round pick was 3 years ago? Can you remember? Like, how would that guy normally be developed?
Yeah, we're definitely bringing this up on Tuesday.
You want to play the clip verbatim? Is what you want to do?
I think exactly what we're going to do there.
So he left that thinking that he dominated the conversation?
I think he did. Oh, you don't like this?
Well, I didn't see it that way. I didn't see it that way.
I think Albert's going to get a different Nick Wilson on Tuesday. He's going to get a jam up Jerry.
Unless he was conceding that he thought he dominated your part of the discussion and my part of the discussion, he just kind of thought maybe went a different direction.
I think if he dominated anyone, it's the Shahonk in the room and not Switzerland.
No, because my response just kept being he's only played a half of a football game.
No, but I thought it was like
an indefensible spot because my answer was he's just played a half of a football game. And then you could see the reality set in for Albert that he was losing his mind trying to make this case over what turned out to be just a half of a football game.
I think Albert better hope that Shador doesn't throw for 300 yards on
He thinks he dog-walked you in that segment, by the way.
Yeah, no, I think he dog-walked us.
Dog-walked. You said your name.
You
he didn't
had
say
more
my
of
name.
a back and forth. I think he just doesn't know the difference between the two of us. But I think you had more.
We're just Nick.
Yeah, we're both Nick. No, I'm just gonna keep all my shots inside here. I'm not. I've lobbed enough bombs today.
Now, is Tuesday even about Shador anymore, or is it about what happened last Tuesday, Albert? Let's find out.
I think.
He's in good fun. It is what it is.
We love Albert, and we're gonna love him on Tuesday when Shador has a nice game.
I also don't. I don't know that we. Wow, this is tough because if we play it for him, he's gonna be shocked that we ever heard this.
I don't think he will be.
I think he's going to be shocked that we ever heard this. This is like when I told Ross I heard him on Pittsburgh radio, and it blew his mind that I would ever hear him in another platform that isn't this one.
That's a radio hit. That's not the Ross Tucker Football Podcast. This is his own podcast. We support Albert's pieces. We retweet him all the time. He should expect that we hear this.
I think it's like when you bring up other people in the business, you don't expect it to ever get back to them or for them to hear it.
Like the Kyle Bailey trout sniffer
exactly
thing,
what I was thinking,
which
yeah.
I guarantee you is 2 days away from blowing up in my face. But
it hasn't yet.
I can't help the man's a trout sniffer.
Hasn't yet.
Can't help it.
He hasn't. As far as you know,
the man to trout. I didn't make him sniff. That's on him.
That's all right. As many shots as I feel like the show takes. If Albert wants to do that, I feel like that's an okay thing.
Yeah, at this point, why not?
I mean, I'm not even going to jam him up about it.
Now, it does mean going forward.
Although he does think he dog-walked you in that debate.
I dog-walked you. He
said Nick. He didn't say my name.
Yeah, I think we are Nick. I think we're like seal.
He acted like that was child's play in that conversation, as if that was batting practice for old Albert Breer.
I see what you're doing right now.
What am I doing?
I think you should save this for Tuesday at 5:15.
I got a lot of other
we play
thoughts
this
at that
back, and then Tuesday you gear me up, and then I just steamroll Albert at 5:20.
Well, we're like a break away from you just texting him and being like, "What the hell, man?"
I like that you think I'd just stop at hell.
What the hell, man? What happened here? Hey,
Meet me in
appreciate
Temecula, Breer.
Are we at the spot where even if they're making fun of you/us, we'll just take the pub?
I think yeah. We have just wanted Ross to say Nick Wilson and Jonathan on CBS during the game. Hey,
he really sounded like he might this week. By the way,
yeah,
he really sounded like he'd been thinking about it.
I think he's going to say Jonathan just to spite me.
It would be really funny.
You guys are going to walk out.
It would be really
and
funny.
And there's just going to be me and Albert fist fighting like it's a Clint Eastwood movie and just going back and forth. But in the end, it's okay because we're friends and then we get a beer afterwards.
And then you line up Ross to fist fight him afterwards?
No, that's for you. That's for you.
Why? If he says
I'm not going to fist fight everyone.
I'm not a fighter. Just a lover. Not a fighter.
You're not.
Dog walked by Albert Breer.
You were needling me. And it's working. My eye just twitched. Daryl Ryder
stuffed you in his closet.
Daryl Ryder in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
to 92.3 The Fan on YouTube. Headline sports news every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Katie Pollack.
Sign up to be a part of the Fan Club. Download the free Odyssey app and follow 92.3 The Fan to get all of the best audio and best stories sent straight to your inbox. 92.3thefan.com. It's the 6 o'clock hour.
Someone step on a duck.
On Afternoon Drive.
1 hour to go on a football Friday, on an F-off Friday. Looking at you, Breer. And we do have, in case we missed it, coming up in about 40 minutes.
Want to get your leash in the corner?
As I've been dog walked.
That's right.
He's just toying with us now. It should be noted, a couple Guardians moves to announce here. Nick Enright, Sam Henches, and Will Brennan have all been non-tendered, which means they have granted free agency to those three guys, and then Matt Festa, Nolan Jones, and David Fry, all three have avoided arbitration and signed to a 2026 Major League contract. So, Festa, Jones, and Fry, obviously back. Nick Enright, Sam Henches, Will Brennan, they might be back on like minor league deals, something like that. So, big moves. Only Stephen Kwan going to arbitration.
He was tendered a contract, so the two sides got a couple months to figure out a number. So I love arbitration. Baseball arbitration is always fun. It's, hey, we love you so much, we're willing to pay you millions of dollars, but here's all the ways that you stink at your job, so we don't have to pay you as much. It never leaves hurt feelings or anything.
Well, it's going to be fine. He'll be a Yankee anyways. That's their problem.
Hey, Passon just had a couple days ago. He's like, more executives than not think that Stephen Kwan is going to be traded this offseason. So there we go.
Just in time for them to not trade him. That being said, it's a football Friday. It's an Outfall Friday. We got the Cavs going cupping and whatnot. But Browns, Raiders on Sunday, I've given you a guarantee. JP's given you a guarantee. Jake Murren's given you a guarantee. Everyone whose guarantees matter have given you guarantees on today's show. And to see if he's got a guarantee in him, we're going to welcome on Daryl Ryder, brought to you by Scheiben Jewelers, Cleveland's premier jewelry store. Daryl, welcome to the show.
What am I guaranteeing?
A Browns win on Sunday.
Oh, well, I know better than to do that.
If you don't feel it in your loins, Daryl, you don't feel it in your loins.
We can't
That's
make
fine.
you feel it.
I feel it in my loins, but if you don't feel it in your loins, I can't pressure you to feel it in your loins.
It's gut check time, Daryl.
I'm optimistic, though. I said that with the morning boys. I am
really
optimistic. I am optimistic. All right, fine. I'll guarantee it. There you go. Clean sweep. Everyone's guaranteeing a Browns win.
Pull you into a guarantee.
That's not how you guarantee, and you know it. Now, let me ask you, like the morning show, did you say he was going to be awful earlier this week, and now you've just come around to he's going to be good because it's Friday?
No. I think we're getting a mixed bag on Sunday. I think there's going to be a couple of cringeworthy plays, and then there's going to be a couple of how on earth did that happen type of plays. Because that's, I think, the type of player that Shador is I should say. So, I'm certainly curious with this whole week of preparation that everyone seems to be all concerned about. See if that pays any dividends. But let's put it this way: they got a better chance to win with him at quarterback than the other guy.
Daryl, I know it's extremely limited what you guys are able to see during the week.
It is extreme limited is being kind.
That's being kind at this point?
Yes. We basically get to see stretching and some individual drills, but as far as anything of substance, no, we basically see nothing.
Okay. So I was going to ask you for any insight in anything as far as him throwing or anything. You got none of that.
There's no insight to be had in really what other than us taking attendance to see who's on the field in practice. There's very little insight to be gleaned from what we do see in the 15 minutes that practice is open to us.
All right, well, tell me what it is, at least the vibe around the locker room then. Have you noticed an uptick in, because we all have excitement now for this game. Do you sense that with the team as well?
I think Joel Bitonio said it best. We'll see. That's what he said yesterday, and I wholeheartedly agree with him. We'll see. And look, who can blame Joel? This is the 23rd or 24th quarterback he's had the block for, right? This is the 13th different starter under Kevin Stefanski, 42nd overall. Browns rookies are 0-12 in their debut starts for the team since 99. Can he, as the 13th rookie to start a game for the franchise since coming back, can he be the guy to break that trend? We'll see. But I feel like that's the overall, I don't want to say attitude, but mood is, we'll see. And I think also part of that has to do with not wanting to put too much pressure on him or overhype the situation any more than it already is, because it's Shador Sanders. It's already getting plenty of attention as it is, and I don't know that you need anyone to build it up any further than that.
Daryl, the best we've seen Dillon Gabriel play has been non-offensive, and that has gotten the Browns.
That's one way to put it.
But the Browns have gotten close to wins with a non-offensive. Dillon Gabriel is the best version of that. So do the Browns need Shador to win the game for them, or they just need Shador to be non-offensive on Sunday?
No, I think they need Shador to go win the game for them. I'll be honest with you, I am really not interested in any type of a conservative check-down game plan. Now, maybe early on, just to kind of get things going a little bit, but I want to see him throw the football down the field. I don't want to see captain check down for 4 quarters on Sunday. Even if they win, and that's the strategy, I'm going to be extremely disappointed, because I already watched Dillon Gabriel do that for 6 weeks.
What are the expectations for Jerry Jeudy this weekend?
I have no idea.
It is interesting, isn't it? Like
he was in a mood this week.
He was in a mood this week, and then I think he has an understanding that there's just a lot of other players that Shador already have a connection with as well. It's an interesting spot for Jerry Jeudy.
Yeah, I mean, we're kind of getting Denver Jerry Jeudy, both on the field now as well as off the field. So I wish I had an answer there for you, Jonathan. I want to be fair to Jerry, but also at the same time, I don't know. I mean, he's not caught the ball with any level of consistency this year, and I certainly understand the quarterback carousel. And he had to deal with that in Denver. Now he comes to Cleveland, and he's having to deal with it here. So I certainly understand a level of frustration there. He was hoping to get away from that and get some stability at that position. But if you were coming to Cleveland looking for quarterback stability, well, you drank the wrong Kool-Aid, because this just isn't the franchise for it. Look, this is the 4th. I think I posted on X today. This is the 4th out of the last 5 years the Browns have needed no less than 3 starting quarterbacks to get through the season. We're just over halfway through this season. So I don't know. Maybe they're going to need a 4th. Do we see Bailey Zappi at some point? Does Deshaun Watson have to start at some point? I don't think that there's really much of an appetite to start Deshaun, but I don't know. Maybe circumstances force them into that. Circumstances force them into putting Shador Sanders on the field faster than they wanted to do that. So that's just the way it goes with the Browns. But I honestly have no idea what to expect from Jerry Jeudy, other than look, he does like to throw the ball down the field, so maybe you won't be running all those routes in vain.
What's truly on the line for Shador on Sunday?
Well, I do feel like Dillon Gabriel being back at practice today, even though he's not been cleared and he is officially going to be inactive on Sunday, he's already been ruled out, still in the concussion protocol. I do feel like that they want to go back to Dillon Gabriel if Shador Sanders does not give them a reason to. So I think that's what's on the line for him, Nick, quite honestly. I don't want to say necessarily it's an audition, but it certainly feels that way, because based on what I saw in 6 games from Dillon Gabriel, I have no interest in watching that guy play football the rest of the year. I just don't. I'm done with it. I don't want to watch it. At least with Shador, I've got the mystery of the unknown. I don't know what to expect, or I think I know what to expect as far as the explosive plus negative explosive plays that he's probably going to bring, and at least there's a little excitement that comes with that. There is absolutely no excitement that comes with Dillon Gabriel playing quarterback for the Cleveland Browns, so I have no interest in it. If the season's going to be sunk and you're not going to be any good, be entertaining, and I think Shador Sanders will at least be entertaining.
I think Shador's the main card. I think Myles Garrett's the undercard. Outside of those 2 things, what are you watching for in this game?
Well, I think Carson Schlesinger continues to be a player to watch. He's having an outstanding rookie year. In my view right now, he's the runaway favorite for Defensive Rookie of the Year. He's starting to create turnovers, make those impact plays. I think we've had this conversation in the past, JP. Like, I feel like to be successful in this division, you have to have strong linebacker play, difference-making play from that linebacker position. And even though that is not a position that is, as Jim Schwartz likes to call it, the engine of the defense, they've developed some nice talent in that room. And, Carson Schlesinger, I was floored yesterday with what Schwartz had to say about Schlesinger picking up the details of the game that Ray Lewis needed 2-3 years to pick up. I thought that was a pretty big compliment from a defensive coordinator that doesn't exactly hand out compliments.
Over under 2.5 sacks for Myles Garrett on Sunday.
Well, I'm going to take the over. Here's the problem for me, that every time I feel like, because I watched that game Monday night, and train wreck, disaster, whatever you want to call the Vegas Raiders, go for it. They're bad. They are not good. Teams are taking knees on them before the 2-minute warning to run out the clock. That offensive line is not all that good either, but this is not the first game that I've gone and think, Myles Garrett's just going to feast. And then Myles gets shut out. So I'm going to take the over, though, Nick. If I'm going to guarantee a win, that means good things are going to happen. So I'm going to take the over on that. I think he breaks his franchise sack record of 16 that he has said. He's a sack and a half away from doing that. He surpasses that. And I think he positions himself for us to really put eyeballs on him as to whether or not he can break the NFL's all-time single-season sack record before Week 17.
They have almost a minus 100 point differential, the Raiders do. They're really, really bad. It's gotten so ugly for a team that many people try to talk themselves into some sort of expectations. So would you fire Pete Carroll?
Yeah, well, I mean...
it's year one.
I know, and I think that, again, it comes down to what were your expectations there in Vegas for Pete? Were you expecting to be a playoff contender with that roster? If that is the case, then you make a coaching change because this season is completely fallen apart on you. I think it's I realize year one for him. This is year 6 for Kevin Stefanski, but the conversation also kind of feels the same, right? The Browns are in the same boat at 2-8. They have not played well. The point differential is pretty ugly, especially in the second half. The wheels fall off the wagon for the Browns in the second half, notably in the fourth quarter. So I feel like the conversation for the direction of both of those organizations, Jonathan, is somewhat similar because disappointing years for both teams.
Only thing I would say, just to give a little bit more context to it, because you're asked, what was the expectation going into the year?
Right.
Over-under in Vegas was 7.5 for this Raiders team. And you don't pay the money and make the trade of Geno Smith unless you have some expectation of, you would think, threatening to get to the postseason. So when you fall this flat on your face, understanding it's year one, though, I am interested as to what you would do, because it's just a curious move that the Raiders now find themselves in.
Well, and the Raiders are in a similar position to where the Browns were in the early years of the Haslams taking over the team, right, where they were changing head coaches every 12 to 24 months, and you can't build any type of a program or any type of a culture when you're doing that. Now, granted, the situation absolutely warranted them to do that, and we have seen that with the Raiders. I think they have had 4 head coaches since they moved to Las Vegas, and so I don't know how you can develop any type of a program if you're turning it over year in and year out like we saw early on again with the Haslams here in Cleveland. So that might be one. It's from a fan perspective, it's not really a tangible reason, but I think from an ownership perspective and a management perspective, that might be one reason to entertain a year or two with Pete Carroll, because you have had so much tumultuous turnover at the top of your organization.
It's 5 if you count interim head coaches in Bisaccia, and he actually...
people loved him.
Who doesn't love a little Bisaccia? Daryl, we appreciate you guaranteeing. We'll talk to you on Monday, buddy.
You bet, guys. Have a great weekend. Enjoy the football.
You as well. Daryl Ryder there, brought to you by Scheiben Jewelers, Cleveland's premier jewelry store. Great stuff with him. We do have a little bit of Cavs late-breaking news here in about 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
Hey, guys.
And it dries fast, so there's no mess. I use it to comfort myself and my family.
Thanks, Mom.
Vicks VapoStick, soothing comfort for the whole family. And try Vicks Vapo Shower Max for steamy Vicks vapors when you need more comfort for yourself. Use as directed.
Whenever you need to talk about the Browns, we got you covered. We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
Back on Afternoon Drive, Nick and JP with you. In case you missed it, coming up in about 20 minutes. In case you didn't hear Katie Pollock's 2020 there, initially we thought Darius Garland, Jalen Tyson, and Jarrett Allen will be playing tonight. Well, now Darius and Jalen will be playing, but no Jarrett Allen. He's got the finger strain. That includes other guys out tonight. Max Strus, obviously, but Luke Travers, Chris Livingston, and Sam Merrill are also out.
Okay, yeah.
How do we feel about this as it relates to cupping?
Well, you're still 14.5-point favorites, I think. I don't think the line even moved at all with Jarrett Allen in that news. So, yeah, 14.5-point favorites against an Indiana team that seems like they're basically just dead in the water. It's amazing what can happen when you just take Halliburton off that team. You lose your first and your third best player on that roster, and it really does just zap a team that was in the finals a few months ago.
Yeah, I still don't understand why Miles Turner went to Milwaukee.
Yeah, that's just kind of sad.
And by the way, I don't really understand what Milwaukee's going for with Miles Turner. Like, and a nice player, by the way, but kind of fit a lot of what Indiana like to do. I don't know how he fits next to Giannis.
Well, but just think about this from like a Pacers fan perspective. You had the season that started off last year where you were under 500 in basically the start of January, and you left that season what you thought was going to be like, all right, this season stinks, but maybe we're growing, and then just you hit this turbo boost, and you're off to the races, and then Game 7, your best player gets injured, and then we just talked about Miles Turner, and you just kind of feel like you're just kind of stuck. You're in this placeholder of a season, and you know there's better things on the horizon, but you're also thinking to yourself that you're just kind of screwed for this year. Like, it just kind of, I don't know, it kind of stinks for a fan base that just felt like they hit the pinnacle last year, and it all happened so fast and so quick.
Because of the Halliburton injury, because of the way the last two... Does anybody feel like the last two NBA champions are just kind of meh champions? Like between 2 years ago's Boston team, who had every considerable break you could have in the playoffs.
They had some breaks, but they were a worthy champion.
How so? They didn't really beat anybody in the playoffs.
I know we're going to go back to that because, and it's true, we can't rewrite that part of history. They went through what might be one of the easiest Eastern conferences to go through, but they set scoring records that season. They were, and now it might not have been the style of basketball that people liked, but the three-point barrage that they had, not only I think is worthy of having a spot in NBA history, but between Tatum and Brown, they were going to win one eventually. Like I don't look at that as some sort of fraudulent team. And even the Thunder, I mean, people are wondering, there's a legitimate bet that you can make on it's either FanDuel or DraftKings, one of them, whether or not the Thunder will win 3 straight titles. Mm-hmm. Like, and the odds aren't crazy. Like it might just be that we had the first year of what turns out to be a dynasty. I don't know that I'm seeing it that way necessarily, because I think there are so many good teams, but I don't think we're going to look too like horribly in the like, oh my God, I can't believe those two teams are the ones that won.
Yeah, but I just, maybe it's because I heard people cheapen the Cleveland championship saying, because of Draymond's suspension, you got to put an asterisk next to it, which was dumb because that was one of the 73-win team and everything else.
Yeah, well, you can call out Bill Simmons on that. Bill Simmons was just being an adult is what he was being.
But I think it's funny that then Bill's team, his favorite team, is like the weakest champion we've had in a decade.
Bill just remembered that. He remembered the whole finals experience just so ass backwards. That was the problem I had with the clip. Like Game 5, again, 41-41 by Kyrie and LeBron. You dominated that game, and you won by 15. If Draymond was on the court or Draymond was off the court, that wasn't going to make a lick of difference in that game. Like, I hated that part of rewriting it all. I really did. The Cavs dominated Game 5. You dominated Game 6. Like, the thing people don't talk enough about with that series, none of those games until Game 7 were particularly close.
I just think it's been 2 straight paper champions. And again, it's not that the teams, because I think you make a good point. Between Brown and Tatum, SGA being the MVP, get it. It is the path. I think the path to a title is what makes you a champion, right? Like, I think it's the dumbest thing in the world if you discount the Cavs because they beat every team in their conference considerably, and then they beat the best regular season team we'd ever seen in history. That you cannot refute that. It's 1 game suspension for Draymond or not. You cannot refute that. The last 2 years, I feel like it's really. And by the way, I don't think it's going to be much easier this year. I think with all the guys that are out, if I think it's 56% of superstars are actually playing right now or have played this part of the season.
Yeah, now you got the Giannis injury, now you got the Wemby injury.
I think if we're talking 56% of the superstars are active and healthy for the NBA playoffs, even if the Cavs win, there's going to be an element of this kind of a watered-down era because nobody's playing in the postseason.
I think we got to get comfortable with the idea that at some point with one playoff team, if you make it all the way to the NBA Finals, there's going to be one playoff round where one of the superstars, kind of like what happened to the Cavs last year, where it's like, all right, Darius is injured, but he's trying to play through it. Who else can possibly be injured on this team? You're going to have 1, maybe 2 rounds of postseason where it's like that. So
Kaka.
it does feel lessened. I agree with that.
Don't love it.
Well,
now,
Kaka, okay.
Speaking of Kaka, Michael Porter Jr.'s appearance on the Ball in the Family podcast has made a lot of headlines for the wrong reasons.
It's a good name for a podcast.
It is good.
We've had a lot of names for podcasts pop up, by the way. We did not discuss the idea that Brian Baldinger's podcast name is it the greatest football pod?
Yeah, the best football pod.
Imagine going on somebody else's pod as Brian Baldinger and being like, now with the best football pod, here's Brian Baldinger. Like you're almost enticing a fight, are you not? Like I'm telling you, my pod is better than the pod that I'm going on.
I think if you have an ego about having a podcast or a radio show, you're probably a ridiculous human being. So you're right, because It will happen, because that's all this business is. Like music radio, honestly, most of those people are salt of the earth. Sports talk, all of us are psychopaths. All of us have wild egos. I think I might be one of the more humbler guys in this business.
And when you say that, it takes it all away, does it not?
It does. I'm very humble. I'm also incredibly good looking for a fat man. But even I can be an egotistical monster at points. Now, but the Ball in the Family. We nailed it. When he's not diminishing women's basketball, Michael Porter Jr., now with the Nets, don't know if you remember, he actually, now with a team that doesn't exist or doesn't really matter, talked about tipping and how tipping culture is out of hand.
If you spending $3K on a meal, you shouldn't have to tip $600 to me.
I could get like a $400 meal and I'm only giving a 10 or a 20 on how you was on that night. Like, that's how I rock for real. Unless I really I'm trying to flatter, I'll leave a little hundo out there or something.
So you leave 20% every time?
Yeah. Standard. That boy's different.
Now, the second guy that popped in there was LiAngelo Ball, who, honestly, you're the least ball. All right, you're the lesser ball. You should start tipping well. Yeah. No, you don't want to be like the guy that didn't do anything in basketball and a cheap a-hole. So just for LiAngelo Ball, you're going to have to be better. I see why your baby mama left you as soon as she announced she was pregnant. Oh. You're a problematic human being.
Well,
now,
I don't know about that.
To get to, somebody has to break through to him. All right? Somebody's got to tell him the truth.
Your baby mama left you?
As soon as she announced it. Yeah, as soon as they were like, we're going to have a baby. And she's like, I'm not going to be there. She went full Magic Johnson.
Yeah.
Well, not full Magic Johnson.
Well, you can't go full Magic Johnson.
It's a partial Magic Johnson.
Although I do think Magic's a good tipper.
Also, anybody that says to me, what an a-hole. Well, to me, I don't. Like, I've never heard something, to me, and then a very sensible take. It's always, I know I'm being a dirtbag, but I'm going to say to me, and then it'll seem like, well, it's just how I grew up. Nah, if you can afford a $3,000 meal.
Yeah.
A $600 tip really is not significant.
Well, you got to call that one just added into the price anyway. That is when you go out to eat, that is the cost of doing business. This is, as a former server myself, I get it. I do. Like a $900 meal, you're like, wait, 20%? I still have to tip off of that? But there are rules to this too. If you have a $3,000 meal and $2,500 of it is wine, then historically 10% is supposed to be off the alcohol sales, and then you can go the rest off the food. That's in fine dining. That's a known thing. That's an accepted thing. But
now, is that just even something you've created?
No. I worked in fine dining. This is the deal. Like if you have a $3,000, that was my summer jobs as a teenager. I worked in fine dining, and so if you have a $3,000 $3,000 bill.
Is Grammy Pat there?
Mama Pat did not go.
That's not the only thing that was fine when Mama Pat was around.
She would have enjoyed it. She would have enjoyed it very much.
If you were there, she would have enjoyed it quite a bit.
All right, the point is Michael Porter Jr. sucks.
Yeah.
Like, you're trying to justify even the $400 bill for like a $10, $20 thing. Also, you just kind of suck as a human.
Why do people tell on themselves for being a-holes?
Well, they all like laughed about it and like got in with the idea of like, oh yeah, we all do this pretty crappy thing and not taking care of wait staff. Like that's not great, guys.
Yeah, I don't know, man. Michael Porter Jr.'s made $160 million to this point in his career. I believe he's got another 100 plus to go. And he'll probably get another contract after this. And I just can't imagine flexing.
For some people, though, money doesn't change how much they tip in any sort of way.
No,
and
that's
so,
fair. But I think it's the bragging that irritates me.
It's the bragging that should irritate you out of this. I mean, think about it. Like, no tipping Pippen was a thing because everyone knew Scottie Pippen didn't tip. LeBron...
we used to get stories.
We have all sorts of stories about LeBron being an awful tipper.
Yeah, during the whole Miami year. Remember, we were here for 3 of the 4 Miami years, and anytime LeBron was in town, we took calls, and somebody was like, I waited on this guy in Fairlawn. Now, since then, I do not remember a single call. Since the title, I've not heard one person talk about LeBron not tipping. But yes, it used to be...
That's because he doesn't pay at all for the meals anymore.
That's true. He won a championship. What are we going to do here?
I like the idea that he exclusively eats at it's like I know one of the restaurants he goes to when he does come in town, and it's one of his buddies' restaurants, and I'm like, he just only goes to restaurants he knows will just be for free. Imagine giving a check to LeBron James. Couldn't be me.
I will tell you this.
Couldn't be me.
I'll tell you this. I think as a society,
could definitely give a check to Michael Porter Jr.
Now, unless there are money issues, like if somebody can barely afford, I mean, I think everybody remembers times where you could barely afford a night out, let alone anything else. But if you can afford, if you're an NBA player, if you know somebody who has the means and they just refuse to tip, I think we have to start unfriending these people and like publicly do it. I think we need shame sessions where we just publicly, when you're at the
shame boards.
Yeah, you're out in public.
One of those sandwich boards.
You're like,
just say I suck at tipping.
And he goes, all right, and he throws like a $5 bill in on like a $1,000. I think you just immediately get up and yell, shame! Shame, non-tipper!
I'm cool with this.
Because I just think at this point, like, if you're bragging about not tipping people, again, if there are money issues, I can bend on this a little bit. But if you know somebody's got a fair amount of cash and they just don't tip and then they brag about it, I think those are people that we need to like put on an island and give them their own kingdom of a-holes.
Okay, but here's why it was extra stupid. You don't go on the podcast and say you don't tip. You go on the podcast and say you're a great tipper, because then every person that waits on you in the future is going to be bending over backwards because they think that great tip is coming. Now, because they know that you're an awful tipper, guess who's get the slowest business and the slowest service you'd ever see?
Mm-hmm.
Like Michael Porter Jr., I'm sorry. You want your steak? You want it to come at any time that is anywhere close to when you ordered it? Maybe don't do this. LeAngelo Ball? Yeah, I know you wanted some extra good service there.
The only thing is...
We don't care. I got other people that's going to actually take care of me.
One piece of flawed logic here. If someone would have to recognize who LeAngelo Ball is while waiting on him before then being like, you're going to get slow service.
Yeah, that is tough.
Yeah. Now, Michael Porter Jr., you know him enough, especially if you're in the Brooklyn area. 216-474-0092. Let's see. Real Xavier P saying, I think y'all are wrong. A $6,000 meal should include paying the staff.
Well, so that's the next step, is they're just going to put the gratuity on their by themselves. So they're just going to be, like a party of 6, party of 8, you just get to throw the gratuity on there anyway. They're just going to do that up front with them.
Well, I think his argument is we should be talking why restaurants can charge $6,000 for a mean and not pay a living wage. Why should the customer pay their wages? That's the issue. Well, one, you don't know how much that waiter makes. So
fine dining especially in some of the bigger cities, you can make low 6 figures and make a really good living. And so I get what he's saying. Like they should pay more of an actual like hourly wage and shouldn't be so dependent on tips, because that's not really the system that we've set up here.
Also doesn't give you the right to chintz somebody because, well, they should do better. They'll make you whole. No, they really won't. That's not what they're going to do. The person's just not going to get money. Right. In case you missed it, in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
can now watch The Fan live on YouTube. Catch The Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima from 6 till 10 a.m. and Afternoon Drive with Nick Wilson and Jonathan Peterlin from 2 to 7 p.m. each and every weekday. It's free. Subscribe to 92.3 The Fan on YouTube.
Final segment of today's show. Big thanks to Brian Baldinger. Big thanks to Ted Nguyen. Big thanks to Daryl Ryder for joining us on today's fantastic voyage. If you guys missed it, you missed any of today's show, of course, you can always watch back on the 92.3 The Fan YouTube channel all 5 hours. And if you missed anything today, we had a couple guaranteed Garys breeze through here. JP, guaranteed to win. I guarantee to win. Jake Murrin had the cojones to guarantee the win. Everybody else on the show doesn't matter.
Oh, Jax, you're now involved in this. You want to be a guaranteer?
Oh, he did.
I texted Nick. Yeah, I texted
that
guarantee.
Right.
That's why he came in 40 minutes early. Yeah.
I thought he was making up for being 40 minutes late the other day.
Who the hell knows where Mac Robinson is? We've never heard from him ever again.
Off to the old Bronny Ranch. A man's on a one-ticket flight to Vegas, not coming back, but that actually might be reality for him.
I actually kind of do
He might really enjoy the Bunny Ranch and just never come back.
I like that Mac gets a little taste of Vegas and becomes a pimp.
Vegas Mac would be great.
Yeah. Because, he's kind of got the hair, and he loves to wear the gold medallion, and he likes to wear, shirts that look...
But our envisionment of Vegas Mac is him going to the Bunny Ranch and basically looking like he belongs in The Sopranos. The reality is that he drinks one of those comically sized daiquiris on the street as he stumbles and bumbles his way through the strip to then basically fall down before 99-cent shrimp.
Well, no, that's where you start. And so you have a rough night, maybe lose a couple thou, maybe, I got to live in mom's basement for another couple years. And then somehow you end up at the Bunny Ranch and a very well-meaning young lady takes pity on you, and then it re-energizes you, and all of a sudden he starts helping around the Bunny Ranch. All of a sudden maybe a couple things happen to a couple of the people in the management, and all of a sudden Mac is running the ranch in 6 to 12 months' time, and he's got a whole harem there.
I like that you say takes pity. I would just say takes money.
Yeah.
That's all it takes.
Well, I think in this case he doesn't have any money, and she goes, you know what?
Oh, and she's like, oh, you poor thing.
You know what? You could use this.
I like the sympathy prostitute.
Yeah. Oh.
She just has empathy.
I mean,
she just cares.
Pretty woman, right? Okay, if she fell for, she had a heart of gold, do you think she just, not a couple times, she was like, you know what, you need this more than I do?
Women love the concept of pretty women. Imagine if you brought someone that was like that to a birthday party. See how that would go.
You know how we're remaking everything?
See how that would go.
You know how we're remaking everything?
Yeah.
I want to remake it where it's a wealthy cougar and a very well done male gigolo.
Okay.
Yeah. And let's see how much women like that. Well, I think they might like that even more. Yeah.
There's a lot of books written about that same concept.
Yeah, I know.
It's a lot of smut out there.
Yeah, a lot of smut. Not on this show. Not even a little bit.
No.
As a family program. Let's get to In Case You Missed It.
All right. It's been a busy week around the Eagles, and A.J. Brown got another chance to speak to the media, and he called out Saquon. He did all sorts of... But I'll just let you hear it here firsthand from A.J. Brown.
There's been speculation out there that you are not the same player you once were. What would you say to those people?
I guess Saquon ain't the same player either. Okay. Y'all don't believe that.
I don't know that I love the tactic here by A.J. Brown, but it is an interesting move. It's like, you're not being the same player this year. Let me show you all the other people on the team that also aren't being the same player. Okay, great.
Notice he didn't call out an offensive lineman. He called out somebody he could conceivably, Saquon's built, right? He's Quadzilla.
Yeah.
But, if you said A.J. Brown, Saquon Barkley, who wins a fight, I mean, probably lean towards A.J. Brown. A.J. Brown versus Jordan Mailata.
Well, he's not
A.J.
wrong.
might want to just join the witness protection.
He's not wrong. Saquon's numbers aren't that great this year. He has not been playing particularly well.
I know, he's on my fantasy team.
If you want, me too. If you wanted to call anybody out, that's the kind of the guy to do it. It's just interesting. The Eagles team is so fascinating to me. They are full on dysfunctional right now, and yet they still are winning games.
It's infuriating, right?
Well, it shouldn't be this way. That's what makes it infuriating.
Is this the best case
some
scenario?
Repercussions of making your whole entire team feel toxic, but there isn't for them.
Is this the best case scenario for sports talk? Non-stop drama, and all you do is win.
It's a great combination, but then I don't know. I'd get really annoyed being like a Philly sports talk radio host right now because all the conversation is how much Jalen Hurts actually sucks at his job. When that's infuriating to have that conversation.
All right, let's go to Bears head coach Ben Johnson talking to the media earlier today, and it's in the folder there, Jax. I don't know if Mac imported it. There we go. And he was asked if he played Madden growing up.
He's definitely very dynamic in the backfield, very dynamic extending plays with his legs. I've been doing extra running, staying off sugary drinks and stuff like that, getting ready, for him.
That would be Jermaine Johnson.
Yeah, that's not wrong.
You
wrong
grabbed
Johnson.
the wrong Johnson there.
Easy, Mac in Vegas.
It's Ben Johnson. We're looking for Ben Johnson, not Jermaine Johnson.
Get the right Johnson.
Let's hope.
Were you a thrower or runner? What was your team? I always like taking the bad teams and take the franchise mode and try to build them up from there, but more of a thrower, yeah.
Now that's the right Johnson.
Yeah, so I actually love this, and I always thought for years, when I grew up watching football, it was infuriating to me because I watched these coaches, and I was like, they don't understand a thing when it comes to clock management at the end of the game, or any of the little things you pick up when you do play Madden for so many years as a child, and I love the idea that Stefanski's mentioned it before, Ben Johnson talks about it, like these younger head coaches, and I say younger, even though they're all like around my age, relatively speaking, but these younger head coaches, they get a lot of the things that Madden teaches you. I think there's value to that, and I actually appreciate that.
How many NFL head coaches do you think did the least fan thing ever, where you just took over a good team and won?
That happens,
right?
We talk about that. We talk about that with Sirianni.
Those are the worst people. You got to get a bad team and then build them up.
Yeah.
All right, I'm going to give you a couple head coaches.
That is the fun of it all.
I'm going to give you a couple head coaches real quick. You tell me if you think they chose a good team in Madden or a bad team in Madden.
Okay.
Mike Vrabel.
No, he built him up.
Sean McVay.
Definitely built him up.
Mike McDaniel.
Definitely built him up.
Kevin Stefanski.
No, he took a good team.
Oh, that's just mean.
Yeah, he took a good team.
Big thanks to Mac Robinson and Jax Gregory on the board. Yes. Big thanks to Jake Murrin. Doing the 92.3 The Fan YouTube channel. As always, guys, you can watch the whole show back on the 92.3 The Fan YouTube channel. Please make sure to like and maybe a comment here or there, whatnot. Hey, you have some sync. Big thanks to Katie Pollock on the 2020s as well. Although no thanks for her lack of a win guarantee. Same with Mac Robinson. Dead to us. Dead to us. JP, good stuff this week.
Well, I had fun, and I'll talk to you guys on Sunday at 10 with Coach Riz in the pregame show.
And we be back Monday to celebrating a Browns win. Get it.
Keep it spicy, baby. Let's go.